Shalom. 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 Shabbat. Shalom. Hallelujah. 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 Thank you. All righty. Wow. Mm-hmm. All right. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Trying to have some last minute business. Let me get into the chat. There we are. Okay. Yeshua is Lord. Shabbat Shalom. M4 Johnny. Shabbat Shalom. Monty Great from Yah TV. Shabbat Shalom. Yeshua is Lord. When do you think the Great Tribulation will start? I don't know, brother. I don't know when the Great Tribulation will start. I can tell you this. We're headed there. This world's headed there. You know, you can see clearly with just what's going on in the global globally, that things are, we're headed towards something grand. We're going to talk about that tomorrow on our end of Shabbat stream. We're going to talk about continue to talk about these things that are happening in the world. Be quiet. Sister Renee, Forest Bride, Shabbat Shalom. It's about to get real. Shabbat Shalom. Fruit Inspector, Shabbat Shalom. Charlene Colbert, to you and your head, Shabbat Shalom. I honor you, sir. Sister Lisi, Shabbat Shalom. Cassie, wife of Narrow Gate Homestead, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Jamil Lopez from Panama, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Tracy Robinson, sister, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Dope Law, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Sister Brooke, wife of Johnny Smith, Shabbat Shalom, Sister Brooke. And to your head, my brother, Shabbat Shalom. Amelia, Salt and Light Gypsy, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Brother Jonathan Brooks, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, the chicks in there, they're getting big now. These chicks are getting big. Kind of behind. I got to get my coop up, or the next coop, the extension, which will be coop and another larger run. I have to get that up, so I'm a little bit behind. But we're actually going to transfer them into a van that I have that's not running. Took all the seats out. I'm insulating it, and going to be using that for our chicks. Brother Michael G, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Minister Maccabee, Shabbat Shalom. B Hood, Shabbat Shalom, brother. Brother Frank Stockton, Shabbat Shalom. Jakar 3, Shabbat Shalom. Teresa Williams, sister, Shabbat Shalom. Yehudi Doctor, Shabbat Shalom. And to any, Brother Stephen Wilson, Shabbat Shalom. To any and all possible haters, what's up? What's up? Now I posted this on my Facebook. Of course, I don't have a lot of people on my Facebook. I keep a very small Facebook. I think I have like 180 friends, I think it is. I think it is. My Facebook's a little bit more private. I keep it a little bit more private as far as the information. But some of the other brothers and sisters, you know, put it on their page, and we had people who had some negative comments. You know, the reason why it's going to be the norm is because of the lust of the spirits and da 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 da. I'm just like, this person clearly is a jackass and does not know the Bible, because we can read in Isaiah 4, and I think it's 2nd Ezra 15 or 16, where it says that these times are going to come. And it has nothing to do with lust. You can see where lust is taking people. Whoremongering, fornication, adultery, things like that. But again, I laugh at those people because they're the the hyper spiritual types, the ones that like to add to the Bible, add their own opinion to the Bible, because they're so hyper spiritual. They know everybody else's spirit, but they can't discern their own. Those people, you know what I'm saying? Those ones. I find it hysterical, because people like to speak based off of things they don't know. They'll say things like, people who engage in that have a lustful spirit, and all they want to do is have sex. And I'm like, yeah, clearly you don't know what you're talking about, because also want to let you know this is going to be more of an adult-orientated stream. But I had more sex when it was just me and Zion, because I have to work harder now to provide for my family. I have to work twice as hard to provide for my family, for my food storage, for all the things that I'm doing for my family. I have to work harder. So you should probably keep your mouth shut. I know you're not going to, but you probably should. I'm just saying. Okay. Let me say some more Shabbat Shaloms. Ronnie Brown, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Anthony Glover, Shabbat Shalom. Amaya Gabriel, Shabbat Shalom, sister. Brother Jean Paul, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Cassie, she said her head said, those with timbers in their eyes worried about the one with splinters. Right. That is right. But I do like it, because it exposes the demons that are in people. It shows. I know for a fact that a lot of people gather what they believe from other people or commentaries. It's not them studying the Bible themselves. It's them reading what somebody else said, and then picking and choosing what they like from each teacher. The Bible says these times will come. People will heap upon themselves teachers having itching ears. I know for a lot of men that talk about this thing, they talk about it in a negative way because they know that it narrows the chance of them being a half-assed man and nabbing a wife, which is what a lot of men try to do. They want to be a half-assed man, not be about his father's business, not be about the business that Yah put in him, but he wants a wife. So that's eliminating his traps that he can set, because women are now saying, hey, I've got options. I don't have to just focus on these dudes who are not serious about what they're doing. I can also focus on men that have proven themselves. So it makes the unproven men have to up their game. That's what it does. If you're an unproven man, you have to up your game now. Because that woman's realizing, I don't have to just settle for you like I was taught in Christianity, like I was taught in the Christian church. I don't have to sit back and say, hey, I have to choose you because you're the only one not married. So I expect a lot of men to be upset at the idea of polygyny because it puts salt in the game. Brother, thank you, Brother Jonathan. Yeah, social media is social media is a big influencer. It is a big influencer, and I'm gonna speak to why I make that comment, and it's because it was from the sisters. It was from actually sisters who were messaging me and asking me a lot of questions about, because they were doing their homework. Men contact them, and they want to know that these women want to know about what kind of man's contacting me. So I told them, go to their Facebook. If a man's contacting you, start doing some homework on him. And they're going and doing the homework, and they're finding out these men are, there are a lot of highly rejected men who turn to social media to find vindication. They turn to social media. They post stuff on Facebook. And the whole point of posting on Facebook is, I need somebody to like me. I need to be seen. I need some attention. And usually it's from women. So they take those, they do their push-ups, and then they immediately run to the mirror and flex and take snapshots of it. And they're doing that because they want attention from the opposite sex. But yet these are the men that will accuse women and say, well, these women showing off their body parts and trying to poke their ass out to try to get likes. Well, you're flexing your muscles to try and get likes. Your intent. Now, there are some people that body build. I know a brother, he's a bodybuilder. He you can tell, he's a bodybuilder. A ripped brother. That's his business. He uses that for inspiration. He's a married man who uses it for inspiration to inspire others, to be concerned about their health. Then there are those that just want attention. There are a lot of men who have the same spirit of rejection that women have. It's easy to point out in the women because for women, it's directly sexual. It's poking out the hips. It's the women doing that duck lip thingy that doesn't make any. I don't know what the hell that is. Are you constipated? What is that? You have to poop? You got gas? Jonathan Brooks in the description. There's a website, HOQapparel.com. That's my brother Andre, House of Koholeth. He prints these shirts and many other shirts. He has a printing business. So you can buy these shirts and many, many others from his website. Just a faithful brother. And I try to advertise his business as much as I can because I think that's one thing we should be doing in this space is helping each other out. Doing what we can to see each other grow. So the idea of me seeing him grow and being able to, no, I don't get any cut or any kickbacks or anything. It's his business, but because I love my brother and I want to see his business grow, I take the opportunity to use this platform to bless Israel as a whole. Not myself, but all of Israel as a whole. But yeah, so I was just, and it was sisters that were commenting. They were messaging me like, I'm looking these dudes up who are trying to holler at me. And some of these things were, I was like, wow. Brother Melvin, I will check my email out. I was baffled that some of these things the sisters were saying were like, and we're going to talk about this because this conversation spawned from a comment that a brother had made when I asked about are there any topics. I think it was first day night, where I said I wasn't going to do a live stream. If you have any topics you want me to do, I want to spend time with the children. But if you have any topics you want me to talk on, I'll talk about it. Well, one of the brother, I believe it was Brother Shane, listed some topics he wanted me to cover. And then this week, sisters were messaging and they were like, where are the men? where are the men that are, I mean, they've gone to the Facebooks, and they're like, a lot of these men on Facebook are basically in the world still. They're still doing the exact same stuff that they did in the world, and they're proud about it. You know, they're still worldly, still in the worldly things, and you can tell they have no destination. They're still promoting their worldliness and not promoting Yah. They're still promoting, you know. One sister was saying there's somebody, I don't know who, they don't give me names. There's somebody that had talked with them or was trying to holler at one of them, I guess that's what she put it, and went to his page, and his page was full of worldly music. And she was like, I'm not trying to be with a dude who's in the world. That's the whole point. I'm Brother Michael Sanders, shalom. She was like, I don't want to be with a brother who's in the world. The whole point of this is to come out and obey the scriptures. Right. Men going after righteousness are outnumbered about 20-1 by daughters of Zion. And that's the truth. There are so many sisters who, I don't want to go too far, but are looking for marriage. There's a group out there. They ask you not to give their, in fact, some of their group members are actually in the sisters chat. I just found that out. But she was I guess the orchestrator or leader or whatever it may be. I was talking with her, and she was like, we're a group of single sisters. Some of us have no children, some of us have children, who have no problem with marriage, biblical marriage, subjecting ourselves, being in complete obedience to our head. The problem is a large majority of the men that are out there today, you don't really know what they're about because they're not promoting, or they are promoting what they're about. They're not promoting Yah, they're promoting themselves. If they want to be with men that were still in the world, they have many options of men that are still in the world who make more money than we do. So the whole point of them coming to the and wanting a husband is to come out of her, but these men are still in her. So they're like, where do we find these men at? Well, where are they at? Because the ones that are promoting themselves and touting themselves as, you know, yes, welcome to the channel, Be Knowledge Academy. A lot of these brothers that are looking, say they're looking for them, when they seek them out, and they're doing their homework, they're like, why would I want to be married with a man who is still promoting his worldliness? Why is it that he has not removed his worldliness and is promoting Messiah? And I was like, I don't know. I'm just telling you to do your homework. That's all I was saying. Do you do your homework? And if you start seeing things that are questionable, that's going to let you know what you need to know. But they're out there. They are out there. And they're becoming more loud. These sisters are becoming, yeah, amen. It is important to protect them. And I want them protected. I don't want them, because a lot of them have fallen in the trap of getting married to some dude or talking to some dude who taught them that sex is marriage. So she goes and has sex with them, and now they're married. Now he abandoned her with the child, and that's her story. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Sister Harriet. Yes, ma'am. That's their story. Their story is, I came to the faith, I want to walk in this faith, and I want to walk it truly, and then I found some brother who claimed he was this, that, and the other, and you know, he was about this and about that and about the Most High, and I saw warning signs, but I didn't take heed to the warning signs. So now I have a child. He don't want nothing to do with the child, but he still says he serves the Most High. And I asked them, were you a good wife? Well, no, I wasn't a good wife. I was making tons of mistakes myself, but it just wasn't something that Yah was in. But he knew the scriptures. He knew them. And I'm like, well, there's a lot of people that are great at memorizing the Bible, but they're not living the Bible. Look at what he's doing. Did you check him out? Does he have a Facebook? Well, yeah. What did you see? Well, a lot of worldly stuff. And you still made a move on it? What was his vision? Was his vision, did his vision, when he gave you his vision statement, if he had a vision statement, when he told you where Yah was leading him, where Yah gave him, the vision for his life, were his steps lining up with what he said he wanted to do? Right, Sister Cassie. Shalom, Sister Atara Ishi, the wife of our brother Yohanatan. Shalom. Does his life line up? He's saying, I serve Yah, I want to keep the commandments, I want to walk a righteous life, but you're saying you're looking at his channel and you see worldly music everywhere. And then you're surprised that he was still being influenced by that worldly music. That's a clear sign, sister. That was a clear sign that you ignored because you got caught up in his ability to quote scriptures. And that seems to be the big thing that we are in now. Our people have an ability to quote scriptures. They are masterful at it. They blow me out of the water to quote scripture. But then you look at them like, okay, let me see the fruit of your life. That's why, and I want to give honor and respect to an elder and a mother in Israel, Elder Murray, Thomas Murray, and Mother Gina Murray, because they've been speaking on this for a long time. They've been speaking on these topics for a long time. You have the book, The Them and Him. How many people have picked up the book and read it? Sisters, I implore you, pick up this book and read it. And if you can't afford it, let it be known you can't afford it. Maybe one of the brothers we can get some money together and purchase the books and send you the book. So we can bless the Murrays and bless you as well. Because that book is like, there's the book, The Power of a Praying Wife. This book makes The Power of a Praying Wife look like a coloring book. Connect the dots. La, la, la. Connect the dots. For those of you who watch Pee Wee Herman. I used to watch Pee Wee Herman. Listen, get off me. That book is, it says, life-changing book. I would implore every sister to read this book. Rivka read the book before she came here. Before you want to come into my house, you need to read this book. And I had her and Zion read the book together in a week. Close to a week, right? It was over the course of weeks. So Mother Gina, and it's Gina Murray, but Mother Gina, the Them and Him. I would implore every sister, if you are serious about marriage, if you want to get married and have a lifelong marriage, read the book. Take notes. Write in the book. And refer back to the book numerous times so that you can get your mind right. Because it's a mess. It's a mess what's going on. Social media has become a cesspit of people, of false advertisement. That's why I do this and I don't do as much Facebook. For those of you who are on my Facebook, you may notice I may only post. The name of the book is The Them in Him. Yes, The Kinsman Redeemer is a good book. The Them in Him. Brother Hondo Solomon wrote, for those of you who know who Hondo Solomon, he wrote a book called The Polygynist Papers. Excellent book. He has another one, Polygyny, Economic Warfare. He's writing that one. I believe he's finishing that one right now. Excellent books. Right. In order to come into my house, if you ain't read that book, because they're going to talk to you about it. You're going to have to sit down and you're going to have some conversations about what's in that book. So it's clear. Because I don't want a sister coming in saying, I want to be part of your house. And I clearly articulate my vision, where I'm going, where we are going as a family, as a tribe. And then she gets here and then tries to institute her own idea of what marriage is. And it's usually based on this Western construct of marriage. usually based on it, on this Western construct of marriage. And you want to bring that into my house. Wow, if you could post the books. Yes, could somebody post the write the two books from Dr. Gina Murray, the titles, so that those that are interested in purchasing the book can purchase them, and then add her website as well. Both books are excellent. I went when they spoke in Atlanta. We went out there, took my family out there to go and glean from them, and my gosh, I was more baffled that place was not jam-packed with people outside. But then it showed me something, and I want you to hear this. It showed me how many people are actually very serious about their families. How many men are very serious about their families. You take the information and you apply it to your family of what you can apply. Not everything is going to be, that's one thing people do. They try to mimic somebody else. No, I'm going to imitate. I'm going to take his example. But that meeting was, and we had people come from, Brother Errol Brown. I was able to meet him. I think he's from the D.C. area, I believe it was, Baltimore area. I mean, drove all the way out here, all the way out there. We had a nice little road trip out there. It was wonderful, wonderful information. There you go. Sister Angela, Simple Life, Grateful Wife posted it. The Them in Him by Dr. Murray. And there's the website where you can purchase her book. Also, that being said, I have a talk that I'm going to be doing in Houston. I'm not going to be traveling this year very much at all. Not with this coronavirus. Not with it looking the way it's looking. Not with all these secret quarantines. Hell no. But I am going to be, and bless you to those that are in the Houston Fellowship. I am going to be going out to Houston. I am going to be going out to Houston to do a talk on marriage, biblical marriage. And one thing that a lot of people, I guess, like is when I go somewhere or with YouTube, you can see Ripka and Zion. You can see them here and how we interact with each other within the family. And that was one of the reasons why I have them on the live streams. I don't have them on the live streams for any other reason, but people want to see things functionally happening. And you get to see the person that was here and is no longer here. You got to see that too. The reality. But I want those things to be seen because the only thing that we hear about when we hear the term polygyny is, for some reason, and then you have those channels that you can tell are clearly anti-polygyny. But you see such negative examples. Now, I understand. People are going to say I'm lustful. Because people don't understand it. They don't understand polygyny. They don't understand the work that it takes to do it as the man. They don't understand that. But I want people to see it can be done off-grid, homesteading, and have more than one helpmeet. It can be done. It can be done. Men, you must articulate your vision. And sisters, understand, if you're talking to a man who's articulating his vision, he's not changing course of his vision for you. He's not. I'm not. I ain't changing the course. If I didn't change the course of my vision for Zion, who's been with me for 11 years, and I didn't change it for Rivka, I ain't changing it for you. I don't care what you think. What I think, don't care. If you think something that's contrary to me, then go be with somebody who thinks like you do. Damn it. Anyways, children, now that I know about the COPA laws, and I mean that, if you have a thought that's contrary to my thought, because see, your job as a helpmeet, if you say you're my rib, you're part of me. So if your thoughts are contrary to mine, then you need to go be with somebody who thinks like you. Period. And stop wasting your time. Stop wasting my time. All right, so we got the whole family here. Of course, some of them, they can't be on camera. You want to be on camera? Come be on camera. All right. Tootie can be on camera. Naki, you can't be on camera. Oh, mine, you want to be on camera? Come on. Come on. Oh, there you go. You two can be on camera. Y'all can't be on camera. You're so far away from being on camera. Okay. Putty. Oh, we do the commandments every Shabbat. I stopped doing them because I thought the Copal laws were going to be whatever, and I realized, someone gave me an understanding of the Copal laws, so now I can do it. Mackie and Pud. Now, Mackie and Pud are, how old are they? 5 and 3. They're going to start the commandments. Mackie, come closer. Come right here. Just don't be on the camera. Right over here. Come on. Right there. All right, Chubby, come on. A little bit closer. All right, a little bit closer. They can't see you. Ain't that shot? All right, everyone's here. All right, Mackie and Pud.
Yes, sir.
Hit it.
All these words saying, I am Yahweh Elohim, which have brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, and out of the house of slavery. Thou shalt never else before me. Thou shalt make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything, as in heaven above, or as in the earth beneath, or as in the waters under the earth. Thou done thyself to them, nor serve them, for I Yahweh Elohim, which is Yah, is the iniquities of fathers upon the children, to the third and fourth generations of them that hate me, but showing mercy to the 1,000 of them that love me and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of Yahweh Elohim in vain, for Yahweh not home give us to take his name in vain. Remember Shabbat day to keep it holy. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all them in them is, and rested the Sabbath day. Wherefore Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. Honor thy father and thy mother, that the days may be long upon the land, which Yahweh Elohim giveth thee. Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house, not covet thy neighbor's wives, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his oxen, nor his assets, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Amen. Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
Praise Yahweh!
Praise Yahweh!
Glory!
Glory! That's it? Okay. Shabbat Shalom.
No.
Go.
Hi,
Go.
Bridget.
Okay, go. You gonna go? You gonna go watch? You gonna say daddy? You just gonna say You gonna say You wanna go? Okay. All righty. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Ain't nothing like the Shabbat day. Shut up! They annoy me with all that sometimes. Well, let me answer this question. Okay. Will I move to another country for the sake of your helpmeet? No. I would move my helpmeet to me. I would move her to me, but I would not relocate myself to go where she is. Brother Rob Black, Shabbat Shalom. Let's see. Beniyah Gabri Israel, my brother. Shabbat Shalom. Yeah, brother friend, these things are loud. We got 52 of them, and now they're in 3 bins. We started off with 1. Now they're in 3. They about to get the boot. Motivation 104, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Jamil Lopez, yes, you can feel free to mention that personal situation. Y'all coming? Wormanati, Shabbat Shalom. I think I got everybody. All right. I'm waiting for them to come sit down. It takes both of you to do coffee? Is it that heavy? Oh. No cream? She likes her coffee dark. I was talking about coffee.
Yes, master.
No, you weren't.
Oh.
Oh, I can't stand dark coffee. All right. So to get started, this is a Harriet setup. I love her smile while staring at you. Sister Angela said, she likes her coffee too. Wait, she said, I do too, sis. I don't even drink coffee. You know what you're talking about.
That's right, sis. I'm a chocoholic. Yes. And it don't have to be a candy bar. Nope.
Oh my God. What Shane Bristol said straight black. Okay, so to get started, people have asked, can you share a little bit about yourself? I'm going to do this quickly within 5 minutes. My name is Keepn Yahshua, also known as Brother Chris, also known as Brother Aaron. You can call me either one of them. Yes, Brother Frank, yes. The feed corn, especially if you buy from like major distributors, there's all sorts of chemicals in your feed corn and it will mold. When you buy feed corn, you want to buy, I buy mine locally. It's grown locally. You want to buy it locally and you only want one ingredient, corn. If it has any other chemicals or any other names to it, so I would not get mine at Walmart or Tractor Supply. You want to get yours from your local feed store and ask where it's grown. Mine's grown locally. Okay, so people that asked, can you kind of reintroduce yourself? So I'm gonna do it in 5 minutes. My name is Keepn Yahshua, Brother Chris, Brother Aaron, either one. That is Sister Zion, Sister Rivka. Me and Sister Zion have been married for how long? 11 years? We've been married for 11 years. Me and Sister Rivka have been married for 1 year. Their anniversaries are 1 day apart. That's what you call planning. Planning. So their anniversaries are 1 day apart. I am 37 years old. I'm not gonna say her age. She's younger than me, and she's younger than all of us. Zion's younger than all of us. I have been in the faith for 9 years. Going on 9 years. I've been on the rock for going on 3 years. As you can see, Zion's my bookkeeper. She keeps all the numbers because I didn't be making up shit. But I've been on the rock for 17, 12, 1. I have no idea. How many years I've been here. For those of you who have been a part of my channel in Arizona, you know my channel started off talking about the topic of polygyny, talking about marriage. That's what my channel started off on. Some of you remember me and Zion doing videos, and we were sitting on the bed. You remember those? sitting on the bed, and we would talk about the topic. We have long 30-minute videos. We started off with like 2 subscribers. Some people were back from that time. So this is a topic that I have studied pretty thoroughly, especially biblically, because when I first heard the topic of polygyny, I didn't understand it. But I couldn't just say no because it was in the Bible. And unlike a lot of people, when it comes to the Bible, I don't just try to make up my own opinion. Ecclesiastes 3:24 says, many are deceived by their own vain opinions. They have an opinion, it's empty, it's not based on anything. And an evil suspicion hath overthrown their judgment. I have listened to people, I really only listened to 3 people, up 4. Drawback Jacob, for those of you who remember who he is before brother Jerusalem. He was the person I first met when I started coming into this faith. I met him. Well, not met him, but his channel. Then from there, I listened to Pastor Fox, then to Pastor Dow, then to Pastor Fox, and also when it comes in regards to marriage, Mother Gina and Elder Thomas Murray. Went to Atlanta, met them. Sister Zion's talked with Mother Gina, talked with Elder Murray. Excellent people. Excellent people. I cannot vouch for anybody else. That, you know, I met Pastor Dow, met Pastor Fox, learned from Dow, learned from Fox. So I've done a lot of learning. There was a point in time where for 3 years, I think that everybody should kind of have this period. Paul did it. When you read the story of Paul, when he came to the truth and stopped, you know, persecuting Yah's people, he went to Damascus and was there for 3 years. He was there for 3 years. And then after that, he went to Jerusalem where Peter was. So I think there's a value. Brother Shane Bristow said, he said, and me. He included me. Thank you. I'm honored. And I'm going to address that too. But I traveled, you know, this path in truth. But I was told by one of the pastors, because he didn't like a decision I made. He said, basically, I wasn't excommunicated, I want to say that, but I was booted. Disfellowship. That's what I think that's the term. Disfellowship. And said for 2 years, basically, we're going to see what kind of fruit you yield. And back then, I was in California. We were digging cans out of a trash can. We weren't living nothing, really. Our marriage was struggling. I was lazy as hell. Yes, believe it or not, following Yahshua was a lazy-ass man at one point in time. Lazy as hell. I just wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. I could read the Bible. You know, I felt like that spirit that was on a lot of people, a lot of men, was on me. Where you spend all your time studying and reading, which you ain't no good. You just study, read. You can memorize scriptures, you know, but you can't implement them in your life whatsoever. That was me. Until I had an awakening, that 2-year period where I was put out and I started reading the word for myself for the first time. Since coming to the faith, I started reading for myself. It wasn't about people telling you what it is, telling you what it says, listen to me. It was me actually opening up the Bible. This was the most valuable 2 years of my life in this faith. I consider my life 8 years. That's when my life started. Everything before that was not my life. Now, but since coming to this faith, it was a powerful time for me to open up the Bible for myself and start reading. I know today it's very popular for people to turn to YouTube. But my hope is this. Before you turn to anybody else, are you opening up the Bible yourself? Talk with many people. Gave speeches. Uh-oh. Oh, there you go. Gone and talked and took phone calls and then on that 2-year period, I moved to Arizona, kept studying. I had that thought in my head. I've got to show fruit. After being in Arizona for 1 year, bought the rock, moved here. While I am no longer, and I'm not going to be part of that ministry again, even that removal, the disfellowshipping helped me. Because it helped me realize that I did not have a relationship with the Father. I had a relationship with my leader. I didn't have a relationship with Yah. I didn't even know Yah. Now I do. Now I have that personal relationship. And now we're here, and the rock's being built. Tribe. Other tribes are popping up around the rock. In between the Missouri, where Brother David is, and us. A lot of people are coming out in this area. I thank the Father for it. But when it comes to this topic is a near and dear topic to me. So I just wanted to, and a lot of people say, why do you keep calling yourself a brother and not a teacher, da-da-da-da-da-da? Because when I read the word of Yah, it tells me, and I want to have, my life, I want to have fruit. Fruit's important to me, not the fruit of my mouth, of what I do. I want for people to see that my children are being raised up right. See, there's a lot of teachers and pastors and elders today. But when I read this Bible, I want people to look at my children and say, wow. To look at them and say, wow, that's order. I know his fruit because I can see directly in his helpmeets and his children. That's important to me. I want my witness to be my family, not my mouth. How can somebody lead anybody else if he can't lead his own family? How can he? That's in the book. He has to show that he can take care of his family before he can take care of anybody else. But everybody else wants to talk today. And throw out snippet comments. You can throw out your snippet comments. That's cool. Throw them out. I'm going to show what I'm doing. I'm going to show it. If I want people to know, man, I'm not getting to his daughters unless I go through him. You're damn right. Man, he's going to raise his sons to be men and not little boys. I don't want my history, my lineage, to be all of my children out in the world. They didn't even follow what I'm doing. But I'm claiming to be some sort of leader, teacher. I don't want that. Right, I'm learning with y'all. And for me, my testimony of what you see is a lot more important than testimony in my mouth. That's just part of the upbringing of being in the hood, I guess. You knew those that were talkers and were scared as hell, and you knew the ones that would put in some work in a second. That one dude who was in the hood who didn't say nothing. He'd come out in his house shoes with a gangster lean, throw stuff in the trash can, throw a head, go into the house. Everybody else come out there and be like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, and you're like, listen, you a buster. That dude right there scares the hell out of me. But didn't say nothing. People ask, what's with dude? We don't know. He cool. But we ain't messing with him. Homeboy just gangster leaned into the trash can, threw his trash out, threw a head, and went back into his house. My mouth is not what I want people to know me for. I want people to know me by my fruit. Not by how much I can say, how much I can put people down, how much I can scream and yell. I just bit my lip. But by my fruit. And I think that is what people are actually, we're getting to a time where people are looking at other people's fruit. We've all heard the mouth talk. And that's why I think a lot of sisters are starting to understand, because they're communicating. And why they are understanding that there is a need. There is a need And they're acknowledging that and why it's going to become the norm, that being polygyny. Because they've witnessed the mouth talkers. You witnessed the mouth talkers. The people talking their way through the faith, running their mouth. You can't see a single piece of fruit, good fruit, because you can have bad fruit. You can't see a single piece of good fruit from that tree. Everything that you see about them. See, what people have to understand is Facebook and YouTube are great indicators of what a person is spending their time filling their head up with. Be Knowledge Academy, I will do a video on that. What was I saying? Oh, it's a great way to acquire knowledge on a person. At least some base information. Because what a person likes, dislikes, what a person puts on their feeds, that's them. They're showing you themselves. And I was told by this group of sisters that are single who are looking for husbands that the reason that there's a lot of them, apparently, the reason that they are not running out and getting married is because they look at the examples. They look at the examples that they are seeing in this faith, and they see a lot of people doing this or doing this. This word right here is the new catchphrase. What does this word say?
Patriarchy.
Patriarchy is the new catchphrase. Everybody's claiming it. I'm a patriarch. What's a patriarch? Explain to me, what's a patriarch? It's a man. No. What? And I'm not even going to tell you what it is. I want you to go look it up. Most people don't even know what a patriarch is, but they're claiming it. I'm a patriarch. Technically, you don't have any of the requirements of a patriarch. You should probably get knowledgeable on what a patriarch is before you claim that title. Because like most things in people, this is why I'm very careful of who I fellowship with. Because a lot of people profess things, they talk. I'm a this, I'm a that, I'm an Israelite, I'm a believer, I keep the laws, I this, I that, I'm a patriarch, I'm a son of Yah, I'm a queen, I'm a king. I'm like, titles. All these titles that people have. How are you a queen and you've got no king? How are you a queen with no queendom? A lot of sisters are also finding out that modern feminism has lied to them. Has lied to them, has deceived them, and have stripped them, have used them, and then left them where they are. They went out and they tried modern feminism. Go be a woman, or an independent, loudmouth, ignorant ass woman. Share your opinion with everybody. Roll your head from side to side. And that's being strong. And they went out and did that. And acquired, and in the time acquired 1, 2, 3 baby daddies, 5, 6, 7, 10 sexual partners, chasing modern day feminism. And now they realized they were led down the wrong road. I want to read a quote. And this is from my brother Hondo Solomon. He posted this on Facebook. If I can get there. I can't even figure out how to get. Did I erase that quote? I erased that quote. Dang it. It was an excellent quote that he said. I took a picture of it and then I deleted it. Jackass. Yeah, it's on Facebook. But basically he was saying that women cannot, one of the things that he was saying from Hondo Solomon, these are not my words, they're his, excellent words. He said, do you see a lot of men running out there, like chasing polygyny down like a man, like a fat kid does a double waffle with cheese, hold the pickles, but extra ketchup. Men are chasing women down. I mean, sisters are commenting, my DM, what's a DM? DM, my DM is full. I don't want any DMs. Like people have to, they have to post that. I don't want any DMs. Men, I don't want to be DM'd. Yes, Hondo from the Polygyny Papers. Yes, Hondo Solomon. They're being bombarded. They'll post one pro-polygyny quote and have 50 men in their inbox. You looking to join a house, you want. I'm like, dude, chill. We are coming to a time where this is going to be the norm. We're not even talking about Utah. Yeah, I don't know what a DM is. I know what a PM is. That's a private message. Oh, it is? Okay. Oh, you know what? I want to go.
That was good.
I'm gonna answer this question. I just saw Mary Grant said, why are some women jealous of the wife or girlfriend or partners? I feel you should focus on your relationship with your partner and not the relationship he has. That's an excellent point, sister. That's an excellent quote. That is an excellent quote. See, some women are actually getting this. They're actually getting it and saying, wow. Because we're returning back to that. We're returning back. Women are realizing that there aren't many qualified men out there. You were out there a year ago. How many qualified men did you run across?
You.
Okay, but outside of me, I mean, seriously. Now, she's a one. She had no children. This is her first one right here. And she did not see qualified men. Did you see a lot of men talking about it, though? How many men did you see talking about the term polygyny? How many men did you see running around saying, I want wife, I want. How many did you see?
Almost all of them.
Almost every single man. I'm looking at Zion, how about you? You talked to a lot of sisters who were interested in polygyny. Why is it that a lot of women are interested in polygyny and come and talk to you?
I don't know. Probably because they see me talking about it on videos.
What would you say? Would you say there's a lot of qualified men? If you were, no, I ain't asking that question. Do you see a lot of men that are qualified out there to have a wife, much less 2, 3, 4, 5, however many?
Not from what's been presented, no.
What? No, I asked them to be here for this live stream, so I wanted to hear their input. What do you see a lot out there from men when they talk about polygyny?
Them wanting to expand their homes with no plan. Yeah.
Wait, say that. Was what?
With no plan.
Speak louder.
With no plan.
Men wanting to expand their homes with no plan.
Or no real reason, or they just want to expand. They just want more wives because now they find out that it is normal. That is not a sin.
They find out it's normal, not a sin. So it's like, well, it's not a sin, it's normal. I can do it. Go ahead.
And I add this. While it is the man's right to expand his home, and he is not in sin, they're using the faith
The problem that I see is they're using the faith to expand your home. Now, if you want to expand as a man and feel like you don't have to be guilty to have more than one woman, and it ain't even sin, and you don't want to follow the American construct, okay. But why use the faith to do it? Because the women who are serious want to be covered by righteous men because they want to live righteous. You have a world full of heathen women that if you're not going to live righteous, expand your home with the heathens,
Right.
so y'all can have an expanded family of heathens and do what you do. Or if you don't believe you're heathen, you whatever you are, if you're a Christian or you whatever the faith may be, or you got your own ideology of life, expand it with women where y'all can have your own ideology of life together, and you can still have an expanded family because you have that right and nobody can take that from you. But why mess with women who truly want the faith? Because we're trying to live righteousness, and then if you're tricking a woman who wants to live righteousness into your home, now you're messing with Yah's people instead of letting Yah's people have each other. So that would be what I would find the issue of it is.
They are fake doing it under religion, but still in the world.
Yes.
Right? How many times have you seen that? How many times have you seen these men who are still worldly ass men using the Hebrew to acquire women, and then get mad because half the women they acquire are number worldly women? They hoodlites. Not Israelites, they hoodlites.
It seems too that they don't want to be at odds with the wife they already have. And maybe the wife they already have, you know that she's going to look at you saying, we're supposed to be living righteous. So you have to use that in order to keep her and to get other women. When you and other women should get along great, y'all both are worldly. But then you may have to lose the wife you have who wants to be righteous.
Right.
But they don't want to go through that big change that you would have to go through. Of like, so it seems. And from the way women talk when they call us.
Yeah.
And sometimes family talk to. I can't say what everybody's doing, but just from the people we've talked to.
Wow.
So that's
Easy W, thank you. I am humbled. Thank you, brother. Thank you. But that seems to be a big issue. And that's why I want them to be here for this stream specifically. They tried to be here for every other stream. I said, listen, today, make sure you get all your chores done so that we can all sit down and have this conversation on live stream. Because this is going to be kind of a conversation. Because there are women who are seeking marriage. They're not specifically saying, I want to be in polygyny. But they're saying, if that's what Yah has for me, I am willing to go and happy to go and be part of that family. Because, see, one thing that polygyny allows is allows a system, and women are figuring this thing out. They're figuring it out. They're realizing, I can watch how I'm going to be treated in that family by watching him and her, or him and her and her, or him and her and her and her and her. I know how I'm going to be treated. I know what to expect, what he's going to expect from me because I get to see them. Therefore, I know, and they're tapping into that intelligence, that fact-finding mission. I'm just going to become a good friend with Sister Rivka. Sister Rivka, how you doing, Sister Rivka? Bless you. I have some questions to ask you, Sister Rivka. She digging. And the sisters are digging for information. The problem is, like one problem a lot of sisters have had is, where are the men with vision? Where are the men that have a vision and are pursuing that vision? See, these women, the women know. The women know that with homosexuality, with the amount of men that are turning women, see, men have found out there's a benefit in being a woman in the Western world. So they're turning into women. There are more men turning into women than women turning into men. And I know that for a complete fact because I worked in a field where a lot of them end up becoming patients because with psych issues, because you're trying to be a man or you're trying to be a woman and you're a man. And you develop psychological issues. No duh. No duh. But a lot of men are turning into women. A lot of men are effeminate. A lot of men are worldly. A lot of men have absolutely no vision. Right, the system has their back. If you transform from Megatron into a Corvette, or from Optimus Prime into a semi-truck, The world backs you up for that. I mean, Dwayne Wade's daughter transformed. She did,
Son.
oh, his son. He said, transform. And transformed into a girl, or yeah, it's a girl, right? And everybody's father of the year. What? Why? I wish I had a dad like you. I don't. I am glad my dad ain't like that. My dad would have been like, boy, but daddy, I like playing with Barbies. Daddy, I've always had female thoughts. Daddy, I don't want to go and hang around boys. That open hand would have turned to a... And then when I woke up, hey, Dad, where the girls at? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, men who, so it seems, men who are already raising their children, though, and they are men themselves or are being an example of a man, don't seem that they have very many issues like that.
No.
Boys don't seem confused because we don't have a son that's confused.
At all.
They started off young and we didn't see any, our boys want to be boys. Like, and you can see them, the manliness in them already as little boys coming up, trying to follow directly in their father's footsteps. So when there's patriarchy.
When there's what?
Patriarchy.
When there's, she said, when there's patriarchy. When a man's not afraid to lead his home. See, a lot of men are afraid to leave their home because they're afraid of losing their wife. Well, if I take the leadership of my home, my wife is going to have a problem. Then these men want to go out there and find another wife to fix their first wife. I'm going to go out there and get another wife because my first wife's not submitting to me, so let me go get a second one. What? My first wife's not obeying me, let me go get a second one. See, that's a clue to you sisters. That's a clue. If his first wife is not obeying, then why should I? What's going on in that house where she's not obeying him and he wants me to come in there? I know that spirit of rejection may speak to you and be like, well, you can go in there and fix it. You're not going to fix it. The only thing you're going to go in there is what's going to happen is you're going to go in there and be a casualty. That's all that's going to happen. But the system has let women down, and now women are starting to understand, oh crap, we were let down by this system. I now have, but then the men are running around crazy. I gotta have it. Oh my God. Oh, where do we find them? Where do you look? Are they on the back there? Oh, where the women at? Where the women at? Nope. Not the one back there either. Oh my, where the women at? Where am I? Dude, chill. If you chill and pray to the Father and are about your vision, a woman's going to see your vision and say, yes, I write up my own contracts. Mine with Rivka and her and Zion were written by me. I wrote them. And I told them, look it over and read it. We're not going to read the contract, come back to me when you have an answer, because I spelled everything out. Because see, what happens is that I don't want you later on saying, well, I didn't know, because I'm going to point to the contract and say you signed it. And I keep the contracts available so that they can see them at all times, so they know what they're going to be held accountable to, that contract. So it's there. I mean, she took a picture of hers to put on her phone. Rivka did. So she can always refer back to it. She touches her phone, there's a contract right there. She can read it. She knows exactly what she has to do. So it's not a question. That's the one thing that I do. I spell everything out so there is no question for them. They don't have to have a question. They don't have to wonder, I wonder. It's spelled out right there. It's in writing. You know. There's no confusion. So if you choose not to do it, it's your choice. But you're seeing brothers today run around like chickens with their head cut off. Right? I'm like, a woman on Facebook posts a comment and says, we should be supporting our men and our polygynous brothers. And lets me know in less than 24 hours, 50 men DM'd her.
On Instagram?
No, Facebook.
Oh.
It's not called DM on Facebook?
Messenger.
Okay, then it must be Instagram then. But she said DM. Well, it was Facebook. It was Facebook. Because she said not looking on her comment or her like about me, I guess it's called. She said not looking for any DMs.
It's a regular term used, so she probably just said it.
So like private messaging DM. Okay. 50 men DM'd her.
Oh, they have the Instagram and Facebook attached.
Oh, okay. 50 DM'd her. You want to be a wife? You want to be a wife? I'm looking for a second wife. I'm like, dude, you don't know anything about the woman. And a DM apparently is a direct message. That's what Rika told us. To also know the private message. I guess we're more advanced now, so it's direct instead of private. But 50 men in 24 hours. Every other comment she had, she said it was just a test. Every other comment she had where it mentions like a scripture, it'll get like 6 thumbs ups, 2 hearts. She posted that one, 200 thumbs ups. Stop calling me. And I'm just like, that's amazing. Just men. Know nothing about her. Flocking. I'm like, man, see, this is the problem. We keep presenting ourselves as if we are dying. The reason that a lot of women are not rushing out, which they already have the inclination to do it because they want to. Am I lying?
When you do that, I don't know how you're going to give the impression that you're running your home and you're doing chasing, because once you start chasing women, women expect you to chase them. That just kind of happens. And then, because you chase them down, you almost feel like you got to owe them something. When you have the advantage, I mean, if you're a biblical man, you have the advantage. The women should be coming to you, rushing to you, saying, I better get married before, I better get covered.
Right.
And if they're not doing that, that's their problem, not yours. But if you're doing the opposite end, it's going to give the impression you don't have self-control or you're not running your home, because why are you chasing them down like that? Like
and why is it that's all it took for you to be offering a invite as a wife into your home based on a comment she put on Facebook? I mean, they were straight up, would you like to join my house? I'm trying to build, I'm in the nation building. I want to build a nation, and we need strong sisters like you. She posted one comment.
Don't be deceived. These sisters will post that too and be jacked up too. So that comment don't mean nothing.
That comment don't mean nothing. But she was posting as a test. And she's like, and it exposed men. It exposed several brothers that were trying to talk to some of the sisters that she knew. You're trying to talk to this sister over here, but then I post that and you come running onto my page. Right, it's a benefit for the woman. It's an added responsibility for the man. Let's go to the Bible. Isaiah. Now, we read this in context. See, women are understanding what time we're coming into. They're getting it. Isaiah, we're going to start at chapter 3. Chapter 3. We're going to start at, the daughters of Zion are haughty. We know that. But let's go to the end. Let's go to verse 25. Thy men shall fall by the sword, and thy mighty in the war. And her gate shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground. Let's go to chapter 4, verse 1. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man. Does it say the man's going to be chasing the women? The men are going to be running down the women. It says that the women are going to be coming after the men. And women, I had a sister comment and said, I'm trying to get a head start before the other 6 women come after y'all. So, would you be interested? I was like, that's smart. She's like, listen, if I can see prophecy that this is going to happen, let me get a head start. Which also is a realization. Women are realizing you can't make it in this world without a covering. You can't. You can make it in the world, being you can make it as far as you got the system, but you're going to greatly suffer because the world is changing greatly. Women are starting to feel the rain. Usually the government covered them. That was their covering. Now when it rains, they're feeling it themselves. They're like, oh, my weave's getting wet. My weave. I'm not supposed to get this wet. And take the damn thing off. You shouldn't have it. It ain't your hair. It ain't your her. Ain't your, what is the hell? It was a her. I'm gonna leave it alone. But Eddie Griffin said, nigga, leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. What is the reproach? People say, if they want to have children. No, it's not the reproach. What is the reproach? We read about it in chapter 3. They're not covered. The men are gone. You can also read that in 2nd Esdras, chapter 15. Where there's going to be a lack of men, and we're getting to that point now. The system has done an adequate job of attacking men, so men now want to be women, and women are realizing, oh crap, the system's changing. It's less beneficial to me. Also, more and more men are not being men. Righteous men are only going to let so many women come in before the right. That's a good. I'm gonna read that. I want to give credit to the commenter. Let me get back to the chat. How did I end up so far out of the chat? There you go. Yahuwah's Yaladim channel. Righteous men are only going to let so many women come in before the wedding chamber doors close. That is the truth. Brother, that is the truth, because we have a vision, and not everybody's vision. In fact, if you're a man and you've got a vision, you would know you don't need 18 women for your vision. Stop it. Most men haven't even started their vision yet. They haven't even started to obey what Yah said and moved in it. It's just, who can I put into my house? Okay, but what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm just going to pose this question. Would you have wanted to, had I not been about my vision, would you have been interested?
No, master.
No.
No, master.
So if I was living in a 1-bedroom apartment, you wouldn't?
No, master. Not unless you had a thought out plan and was actively working towards it, and something that I can visually see.
Now, the other men ever approach you?
Yes, master.
So men approached you. Could you see their plan?
Not all of them.
Not all of them. Yeah, right. Men have to have a standard, a strict standard you're living by. I'm watching men change their standards depending on a woman. Well, she got that ass, and her ass be looking good, in them jeans. So you're looking at that and contemplating bringing her into your house, changing the standard of your home, so you can bring a woman in. But then claim you're a patriarch. Claim you a man. I told Rivka before she got here, any child that I know what the system says, I know what the world says, any child that comes from your womb is mine. It's not your child. It's my child, because you are mine. And if you are mine, then what comes from you is mine. So the child's mine. So if you ever get a spirit on you want to leave, you can. You can leave, the child stays. Because it's mine. We don't work the way this world works, where the woman leaves and takes the children and goes and puts them on child support. No. You want to leave, you are free to leave. The child stays with me. The child has my last name, right? Only in this wicked westernized society can a child be brought forth in the house of Chris, be taken out of the house and given to somebody who has no house. This ain't the house of Rivka, the house of Zion. This is the house of Chris or Aaron. But this westernized society has okayed it. Oh, go ahead, sister. Go ahead, leave, take the children, change the name, give them to somebody else, whoever you want to give them to. Oh, you give them to Johnny, and Johnny didn't work out, give them to Brad. Oh, didn't work out, give them to Pete. Now this child's so confused. He done got 3, 4, 5 heads. And the woman don't see nothing wrong with that. And that's the next thing. A lot of single sisters are seeing it and saying, damn it, I done messed up. My children no longer have, or they never had, a man in their life to raise them. My son is in jeopardy of being raised to be a girl, because I can't be home with my child, because my child has to go to the public school system and be taught that it's okay to wear high-heeled shoes. It's okay to wear booty shorts. It's okay to wear apple bottoms as a man. He walking around in his sister's clothing, skinny jeans. Right, Sister Angela, 5 heads, and you complain about the child being demonic. That child got 5 heads. You bring every man that comes, that child don't know who his daddy is. Is it Brad? Is it Pookie? Is it Ray Ray? Is it Jaquan? Who's the daddy? Like a damn Maury Povich episode. When it comes to 3-month-old Jaquan, Leroy, and Leroy like, and Maury be playing too. You see Maury, he be like, you are, nah, yes, no, you're possible, no, you, commercial break. They come back from the commercial, he's still sitting there, yeah, no, you are not the father. And then he do cartwheels, and she's like, she runs to the back and falls out on the couch, and Maury comes back there, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. And she's like, I know who it is, I know who it is now. This is the 6th dude she's brought in to the Maury Povich show. And I'm like, 6 dudes? You only have a certain amount of time when you got pregnant. That means you had 6 dudes over a short period of time. So you don't know who the father is. How do you not know who the father is? Well, the sheer fact that you don't know who the father is means you a hoe. It is what it is. Every child should know who their father is. I haven't sung in a while. Every child should know who their father is. That's why I've said many times to single sisters, if you have a child and you expect to bring your child into another man's house, there can be no other man in that child's life. What kind of confusion are you trying to bring to your child by bringing your child who has a father who is still involved in their life into another man's house and expecting that dude to be your child's father too? That is a polyandrous relationship. 2 men, 1 mom. And you think that we're supposed to work together as men to raise this child. Well, y'all should just work together. Just be men and settle your differences. No. No. How about this? That child can only have 1 father. Because if you see a 2-headed being, if I had a head here and a head right here, would you look at me and say that's normal? That's completely normal. That child's going to be confused. And the woman's going to be confused. She's going to be sitting there, well, who do I obey? Do I obey my new husband? Or do I obey the court system? Because daddy, the real father, when he don't like something, he's going to go to court and get an order. Let's say the father says, I don't want my child being homeschooled. But the new daddy wants the child to be homeschooled. And here you are as a woman in the middle. Who are you going to obey? Your husband or your baby daddy? Because you know if you obey your husband and start homeschooling, that court's going to take that child from you and give him to the father. And you know, woman, you're probably going to follow that child back to the father along with the child while you saying you his. No. That's the confusion that a lot of people are completely okay with bringing into their house. And I'm speaking on this, brothers and sisters, because you all have heard my testimony of me and Zion. She had a child from a previous. I tried to be daddy of the year, and guess what that got me? In court over false charges, possibly being thrown in jail because I was trying to be a hero when I already had children. These are the things that people don't talk about. So sisters, if you want to come and join into a man's family, you better make sure that you've got your ducks in a row. You better make sure that there is one child, a man in that child's life. It's either going to be me or him. And if it's him, don't bring your child to my house. That's rough. That's mean. It ain't mean. Why would I want your child to go to daddy's house who's in the world and bring spirits back into my house? And I'm going to be okay with it. It's okay, baby. I love you. Hell no. It ain't okay. I've got children here I'm trying to raise. For your child to decide, for daddy to decide, for the father to decide, I'm going to take the child trick-or-treating. We're going to go Easter egg hunting. I'm giving them Christmas gifts. And then they want to bring their Christmas gift here. And I say, hell no, you ain't bringing that Christmas gift here. Take that shit off the property. Well, that's their favorite toy. Now we got contention between a man and his wife over a child that ain't even his. I'll be damned if my family falls apart over something that didn't even come from me. I'll be damned if I lose my house over something that didn't even come from me. Right, co-parenting, co-demons. I am a staunch opponent of co-parenting. I don't even know what that means. If y'all couldn't be together and parent, how is co-parenting going to work? Y'all couldn't come to an agreement while you were together. Y'all going to split apart and come to an agreement? That's madness. That's madness. That's confusion that the Western world teaches is okay. And meanwhile, the whole time, while you think you're in charge or she thinks she's in charge, who's really in charge of that child in a co-parenting situation? The courts are in charge. Because if you want to do something or she wants to do something, both of you have to go to the court system and get an order from the court. How are you going to say, I'm a patriarch, when the court's determining your household? You ain't no patriarch, shut up. The court's the patriarch of your house and the patriarch of your tribe. They are the chief. They are the leader of your home, man. Oh, okay. So Tanya, the rib of Jean Paul, bless you, brother. Once we shake off the Western prideful jealousy ideology and start seeing complementing each other instead of competing with each other, there is understanding and desire for polygyny. And there is. We were just talking about that today. I was just explaining to them, we were talking about jealousy. Jealousy is a taught behavior. You want to know how I know? I have 7 children amongst these two. Rivka had her first, and Zion had 6. In fact, Zion and Rivka's are 36. They have two baby boys right here. They are 36 hours apart from each other. They're basically twins. How many of our? We have 5 homeborn children in this house. 5, right? 5. These numbers. Homeborn children. I watch my daughter. When I gave her something, she would immediately turn and go to her 2 older sisters and share with them. My first 3 are girls, my last 4 are boys. When they were younger, she would immediately get something from myself. I would give her, we tested. We would give her 10 hot tamales, little candies. She would immediately go to her sisters and start handing them out to them. She'd have none left in her hand. And then come back to me like, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give you some more. Give her a couple more. She go and hand them out. Give her some more. Now you keep those. And her eyes would light up like, I can keep them? Like, yeah, those are yours. You eat them. She wasn't jealous. She knew sharing wasn't even a part. She knew it as, this is my family. These are my sisters. I want for my sisters what I want for myself. She knew it. Am I wrong?
No, Master, no.
I can hear you.
No, Master, he is not wrong. That's what she does.
We saw it. We witnessed it. It was amazing. We tested it. Like, oh my God, it regularly happens. Then what happens? You are taught jealousy. Women are taught jealousy. You're taught if you don't compete with your sister, you're not going to have anything. We're not taught to work with each other. It's amazing that the idea, that the concept of polygyny works in other, mostly non-Western cultures. As soon as you Westernize something, it seems that it becomes an abomination. As soon as you Westernize it, now it's a competition. Now women don't know how to work together. It's, I need to get mine, then you can get yours. But we sisters, no you ain't. Yeah, you're opponents. You just won't say it. You don't love your sister. She's your opponent. You're trying to get yours at the expense of her. But then say, bless you, sister. No, you lying. You lying. That's good. I'll call you out for what you are. You a liar. It's about sisterly love. No, it's not. It's about you. That's what it's about. The reality of it is, right. Oh, I like that. We don't compete, we complete. So now I'm going to bring the sisters back. And then I'll do some talking. I'm going to drink some wine while they talk. Oh, let me show that. Right. Yeah. Who was y'all Dean channel said, I'm afraid for the men and all these wicked hoes out here. Right. They will spend more time together than with me. Brother, I'm gonna hit that too. How much are y'all around each other more, or you're around me more?
Each other. 24/7.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You wanna know why? Who works? Do you go to work?
No.
In the system.
No.
Do you go to work
No, Master,
outside
no.
in the system?
No, Master.
One of my vows, brothers and sisters, is this. No.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they can drink it every time I come out.
You just hop out. No. It's time to go back in there, okay? You go back in there.
Yeah, 'cause his butt look like it's ready to play.
You better put that. No pooping on me.
Yeah,
I go to work because I want them home protected, and I want them to be able to develop a relationship together. And Westhold Ford said, you have a house full of babies. Bless you, Westhold. Bless you, brother. I want them to work together. That is important to me. I want her best friend to be her, and her best friend to be her. That's what I want. For them to have a sisterhood. I want for my sister what I want for myself. Prove it. Prove it. So, is it difficult being in the same house with another woman? Was there jealousy in the beginning?
In the beginning?
In the beginning, was there jealousy? I'll ask you, was there jealousy?
No.
No. Why not?
It was new, and we didn't actually interact, or we wasn't. We were just coming in, or I was just coming in. And the way I came in, I was open-minded. There was no jealousy or anything like that. But as time went on, interacting, different emotions start coming up, and jealousy is one of them.
Jealousy was one of them. So she came in and had none. But then as time went on, jealousy crept in. You remember the story I told you about the child, my daughter? At first she's just sharing, and then as time went on, suddenly it's I want mine. These are my hot tamales now. And you watch it slowly start happening. These are my hot tamales. These are mine. And that's where the man has to step in and say, no, those are my hot tamales. I'm just giving them to you. These are my hot tamales. They're not your hot tamales, they're my hot tamales. I'm giving them to you, though. What about you? Jealousy?
I won't say no. When they came in, or when she came in, I was really excited. I think my emotions that started to come up more so was just things that I've been trying to do for a long time. I think so. They were like real personal, like things I've been trying to do for a long time. And it almost seemed like I just couldn't get them done. And then there's certain things like maybe that is. So there's certain things that Ripka can do that just seem way too easy, that I think that I just struggle with way too long. And so that became very irritating to me. Like, why has she got this? And I still haven't figured this one out. So that did come up. And then more so then the next thing is just, how do you, it's not chaotic in the house working with a sister. I love having a sister here. I love the company. I love it. So all that I love. Just me and Rip is so opposite. I like to interact a lot. Rip is quiet. So trying to find a way to interact without doing too much, you know what I mean? And sometimes I can be a little bit more over the top and trying to be minded how to develop a relationship with her properly, where I'm not overdoing it. And making sure I'm not doing things that make her like close up and stuff like that. Because when I don't have all that interaction too, then it's like, why are you here then? And that's just honest. I want to have a relationship. If you're gonna be here, let's be together. Let's have a relationship. And so I think I'm just trying to learn how to work with somebody that's so opposite of me, as far as so quiet and so more to herself. I'm so out there and blah. Sometimes too much. I agree, but yeah, that'll be me.
Are any of you insecure? Are you insecure?
I have insecurities.
No, let's check this answer. Were your insecurities from me or from your past? See that? You see that? You can answer. Go ahead, be honest.
Past.
Her past. Her insecurities are from her past, which means they were brought in. What about you? Are you insecure?
Yep, but I'm insecure about my weight.
She's insecure about her weight. It's got nothing to do.
Definitely insecure about my weight. There you go.
KZ said, to some degree, sisters that have kids before biblical marriage, if y'all calls a man to redeem his sister, he will suffer kind of like how Yahshua suffered to save his people from sin and ungodliness. That's right. Yes. Yes. And that's the truth. If a man's going to have to go through some suffering, he will. There are different emotions. Yes, bless you, Ty Rose. Yes, I am Israelite and a Hebrew by culture. Yes, Free Brew Nation. Me too. You see, a lot of men, and I want to speak on that because that's a very good point he made. He said, I have 2 homeborn children myself and working on getting assistance for my home. I do believe in making sure that the women that you bring into your home are sufficient for your home. That's a very excellent point, brother. A lot of men are so, because you know when you read that passage in Isaiah 4, you notice that the women take hold of the man. And they said, we'll provide our own food, we'll provide our own, let's be called by your name. It never tells you what the man's answer was. It doesn't say he accepted them.
No, it doesn't.
It never says that he said, okay, come in. It just says they took hold of him. His answer was never given. He could have been like, no, I'm cool. I'm good. Hallelujah. They took hold of him. They grabbed him and said, let us be called by your name.
Oh, basically kind of
like let me be called by your name. Yeah. It doesn't say he gave an answer. Right. They wanted to. They wanted to. And that's what we're seeing. When it comes to sisters, brothers, not every sister is a fit for your home. Not every sister is a good fit for your home. There's a lot of head-covered, skirt-wearing Jezebels. The same way there's a lot of fringe-wearing, bearded dragons. Both ways. Just because a sister says, I love Yah, just because a sister says, I love Yah, doesn't mean she's fit for your house. I live off-grid. We grow our own food. We have animals, chickens. You can hear them in the background. We have goats. This year, we're about to grow roughly 90% of our food will be from here on the rock. 90%. If you're not a person that's accustomed to hard work, you won't make it here. If you're a princess diamond who doesn't want to get dirt under your fingernails, you won't make it here. I got dirt right now. So when somebody sends me a message, oh, I'm interested, all I have to do is go on her Facebook. Because for some reason, people like putting everything on their Facebook. They put everything on their Facebook, and everything about them is them being a queen, and I can't see a single picture of them doing any sort of work. Every picture is with them like, I'm like, damn, you're not going to make it out here. You're not going to make it out here. You're going to come out here and be like, I have to sweat again. We sweat almost every day in the summer. In the summer and spring and fall, every day we sweat. We work hard. It takes a lot of work to grow enough food to feed a family of 10. Turn it down. Jump. There you go. It takes a lot to feed a family of 10. Does it not? It's not a walk in the park. It's not a simple thing like, well, I'm just gonna show up and sisters. A lot of sisters have the idea, I'm just gonna show up and be taken care of. You said, oh, you're laughing. I'm just gonna show up and he's gonna take care of me. I'm gonna let them answer the question. What does taking care of, according to the Bible and according to what I do, which is following the Bible, what is taking care of your wife?
He'll provide the food. He'll provide you some. He'll make sure you got clothes on your back, on the roof over your head. He'll give you conjugal rights. Unless you mess that up.
You mess that up, you ain't getting nothing.
Well, that's the case. You'll have that, but you ain't about to just sit around. I mean, sometimes we have to. I mean, I think we have to express a little bit, like while we were pregnant, to kind of remind them a little bit. We pregnant, and a nap is like needed in order to continue this type of work. Because this is not city work, and he had to be. I think he ended up saying yes, and start giving us those hour naps in our later end of pregnancy.
Right,
later in the pregnancy.
Yeah, for a little while, he's like, y'all not about to be sitting, y'all about to work. But and then after that, he goes, yeah, we do live different. It's not like the city. Y'all need some rest, and I can see y'all tired.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has to see that first.
And they work hard. They work hard. It's not a vacation. And that's why when sisters ask about, I'd be interested in your family. You're interested in my family because you see a live stream. And you see the videos. And in the videos, you're like, well, it can't be that bad. You have no clue. What, a week ago, they probably moved over 800 pounds of wood between them. 800 pounds of wood that I cut. Getting ready for next winter. They didn't just say, oh, honey, oh, you're so strong. Nope. I said, I'm cutting it. You're moving it. Because guess what? There are things that you can't do. There are certain things, like I'm building an extension. You can't do that. I can. So the things that you can do, you're not helpless. Families don't get built. Properties don't get built. Tribes don't get built by a bunch of helpless welfare people. Oh, I just want to be taken care of. I will take care of you. I will love you. I will. If anybody tries to get close to messing with them, what's going to happen? Don't tell them. Don't tell them. Don't tell them. We can't say it. Anybody knows. You're not messing with her. You're not messing with her. You're not messing with my children. You're just not. And I'm not, this is not a threat. I'm not saying I'm threatening you. I'm big and bad. I'm just saying I live a peaceable life. I don't cause problems. I don't make issues. Because I try to lead, the whole point is to live a quiet and peaceable life. That's the goal, right? A quiet, I'm just showing you. And eventually, like I told them before, I said, this might be the last year we're on YouTube. Did I not say that?
Yes.
This year, 2020, may be the last year we're on YouTube. Because I'm not intending for this to be this big thing. I just want to show the example and then go back to my quiet life again. I enjoy quiet life, believe it or not. I really do. I enjoy fellowshipping, but I'm more of a face-to-face fellowshipper. I want to fellowship with people face-to-face. I really don't like YouTube fellowships because they're kind of abstract. I want you to be able to see who I am. I want to see who you are. I want to look into your eyes and you look into mine. And one way I get to know a man, I don't get to know a brother by how many scriptures he can repeat. I know a brother by how he sweats. That's how I know him. Let me see you sweat. Let's go sweat together. Let's go get some work done. Let me see the labor of your hands, the fruit of your hands. Let me see that. Let's get moving. Let me see your family. Let me see that. This is how I'm gonna get to know you. I'm gonna get to know you because your family is a representation of you. So let's get to know the family. I want my children to fellowship with your children. And your children with my children. And the sisters with your sisters, and your sisters with my sisters. Let's do that. That's how I'm going to know you. Not your words. Right. Do you know how to swing a hammer? Right. Because see, here on the rock and in the community, we are hard-working men. We work hard for our families. To much is given, much is required. If Yah gives me something, he's requiring much from me to take care of that thing. Which would also mean, sisters, to much is given, much is required. If Yah gives you a covering, a man that's going to love you, nourish you, care for you, then he's requiring much from you. But one sad fact, there are a lot, and I've noticed this, I've talked to some brothers, a lot of sisters are very unthankful for what they are given. A lot of sisters are extremely unthankful for the opportunities that have been granted to them. I'm going to be serious. Is it okay if I just lay it out? For a sister to say, I don't want polygyny, I hate it, you're an unthankful woman. You are an unthankful woman. Yah has provided you a way of escape, a way to come out, a way to be separate, a way for you to even vet the man by you watching him and how he treats his other helpmeet. And you're so ungrateful to say, I would never do that. I hate that. But that was given by the Father, Yah, who you say you are. I'm an Israelite. Okay, but you do know that the tribes came from 4 women, right? While you run around talking about how wicked it is. I'm an Israelite, but polygyny is wicked. But you do understand that the 12 tribes came from. Well, I'm baffled. She didn't come into my house and say, or when I, because for those who don't know my story, I'm gonna tell it again. I tried to talk to her a year prior to the year she came, and she shot me down. Okay, what? Listen to this excuse. You don't call it shooting it down. What do you call it?
Saying I was not ready.
Oh,
I wasn't ready.
She said she wasn't ready. That's not shooting me down. She said, I'm not ready. I'm not ready to be married, which was actually wise. It was a wise thing for her to say. Then a year later, she did something that a lot of women refuse to do. See, a lot of women sit around and think that if I just sit here, men are going to chase me down. That's the new idea that there is today. I'm going to sit here, especially, but see, and we have a very feministic society where if you approach a woman wrong, sexual assault, that sexual assault, I'm suing you because you disrespected me. I disrespected you because I said I'm interested in you. I said I'm interested in you, and now you feel because I said that you want to go on. I had a brother. He talked to his sister and made he let it be known that he was interested in her. She was so offended that she went to YouTube to tell everybody about that advance. And people were like, so? What are you complaining about? Well, I just don't like the way he came at me. What? It doesn't make any sense. So now men have taken the other role. They're saying, listen, if a woman's interested, she can approach me. There's a chicken over there. Whoa. She can approach me. And why? Because I'm not about to waste my time on some of these women who have that sort of spirit on them. It's a spirit that woman needs deliverance, and she ain't getting it. And believe me, sisters, penis from the heathen is not deliverance. That's a burden. Just I let it out there. It's not deliverance. It's a burden. It's whoredoms. But anyways, so she came onto my channel. I did a video, and what'd you say in the comment? She commented. Unlike she don't ever comment. She usually commented like, "Bless you, brother. Good video," like that. Then she wrote a dissertation, which was very unlike Rivka. What'd you say?
I was giving him praise and praise to Zion, and I said a lot, and in that I was like, I hope I didn't say too much.
I was like, Zion, because I'm clueless to this sort of stuff. Zion,
Great video.
yeah, great video, man of Yah.
Yes, man of Yah.
I mean, she overdid it. I mean,
it was all true.
But you made it obvious enough, so I was like, okay, I think I see something. But let me talk to Zion, because Zion can see these things, and I can't see these things. I have no clue. They say I play clueless. I don't play clueless.
Kinda. But you had to ask Zion about it.
I had to ask Zion because you gave an extra long comment. It is uncharacteristic. See, I try to when people comment, I read people's comments so I can understand how they. Right, she let it on thick. That's what she did. She put one layer of peanut butter and was like, I don't know. And you put on so many layers of peanut butter that you're not even spreading it anymore. It's just the same peanut butter on the bread. That's what she was doing. She want to make sure. So I went to Zion. I was like, Zion, is she trying to say something? And then what was your look the whole time? That was her look the whole time. I was like, is that, babe, because I don't, I was like, because I I'm not able to, can you help me understand this? And that was her look. So I didn't look at her when I was saying it.
Actually, that is exactly what he does when he talks to me. If he's talking to me and it's something I'm like,
and I try to hold my smile, I'll be like,
serious. He always looks elsewhere when he talks. He'll look over here if he knows I'm like, seriously.
I'm like, babe, so you remember, Rivka on the, you know what I'm saying? And she had that look the whole time.
He was like, somebody's gonna be calling me today. I went, I already know who about to call.
Oh yeah, I did say that. I said, somebody's gonna be calling me today. She's like, I already know who it is. I was like, good. Oh, bad baby Patrick, come on.
Come on.
Well, yeah. Oh no, you're not gonna daddy. Yes, I got a baby badger. Hey, baby badger.
Say shalom.
Say shalom. I know. I know you got all shy now. Right. Woman, he said, you have to make it plain to me. I will miss the signs. I miss them too. I know I saw a sign before one went by. I'm like, what was that? But I ain't going to stop and turn around and go see what it is. So I'm just going to keep going. So it needs to be. What? The chicken's out? Oh.
Really?
Is it the black one?
No.
Oh, it's that brown one. He always come out too.
Sorry about that. But there are sisters out there, brothers, and these sisters are serious about family. The problem is that there aren't a whole lot of men that can adequately explain the vision that they have for their family. So if she were to ask you, okay, what role am I going to play in your house? What would you say? What would you say? Because that's a question she should be asking. If she don't ask that question, what role am I going to play inside your home? I'd be questioning. What is her motive behind it? Behind wanting to join your home? And I encourage, sisters, ask the question of like, what's your vision? What are you going to do? Because the sisters are, I'm telling you for a fact, they are out there. Yeah, is she gonna make the peanut butter jelly sandwich the way you? Like, watch this YouTube video. You see how she goes back and forth with that peanut. That's how I like my sandwich, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. You see the Bible, and I know because there are people. There are people who say, you know, where are the scriptures? If you have been on my channel for any amount of time, I've already talked about. I've already talked about the scriptures concerning this topic. I'm not going over it again. But and we as men, because there are so many available sisters, and they're saying that the system has turned on them, and it's turning on them. They're being abandoned by the system. They're realizing the system is not here for them. They are just cannon fodder to keep it rolling, to keep so that they can keep their power. In fact, I would say this: the system uses a lot of women to gain control over the patriarch.
So that's a fact.
The system uses women to gain control over the patriarch. So the man that is a leader loses his authority by the system's ability to give women westernized freedom. Because see, marriage is freedom. Marriage is freedom. Are you free?
Yes, master.
Are you free?
Yes, master.
Explain your freedom.
Well, how do you describe it?
Freedom to actually be a woman.
Oh, say that one more. Say that one more again.
Yes,
Freedom to actually be a woman.
Explain that.
In the world, it's almost like you have to take on manly or masculine characteristics in order to survive, in order to make it. That's what I found before marrying Master, is that I had to take on a male masculine characteristics. And
like what? And you too, you can answer that question.
Being a provider, I know we have to protect ourselves, but protecting myself,
so insecurity. Is that what you're saying?
yes, insecurity, putting myself in dangers that I shouldn't have to, such as, like, I used to drive ride shares and stuff, being around people that I shouldn't, that could possibly get me hurt and stuff like that. But now I'm covered, and my master protects me from these things. I am protected from these things. I don't have to be around heathen people. Don't have to be around sin.
How important is that?
It's very important. It's very important. I don't have to put myself in compromising positions.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All right, go ahead.
how do you put it? It's freeing for the exact same reason, but also society makes hoes.
Makes hoes.
Yeah,
Makes
they
hoes.
make
Yes.
they create an environment for whoredoms. They create an environment of like how she was saying, of compromising everything you believe, or they teach you a way to believe that's compromising to everything you are. So you don't even, not just being free to be a woman, but free to know what a woman is and knowing that it's okay to be that way. Because you are taught if you act a certain way, then you're going to be taken advantage of, or this. And either way, no matter how I acted, I was taken advantage of. So, then, they create this environment, this strong black woman, and they don't teach you a strong woman is one that can submit, or one that could do what you're supposed to do. So out there, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What I'm supposed to do, I guess, is what everybody else is doing, because that's the only option I got. So I am free to be what I was already created to be. And I think, me and Sister Rivka actually did have this. Sometimes we have our little moments of putting the children to bed and have little talks. And, we were both talking about something compromising we had to do. Like, we really could have been hurt. And we were talking about a time in our life where we worked. And we would talk about how we had to catch the bus sometime because our car may be broken down or something happened. But we had to catch the bus at odd hours, be out odd hours of the night just to work. And I was telling her, I could have been hurt or raped so many times because I would fall asleep on the bus of all these crazy people and not knowing who was what. And I'd fall asleep because I'm tired from working, but I knew my stop was like way out. And she said, me too. We were like, dang, like we were like really like sad. Like, if it wasn't for y'all, like we could have been raped, killed, murdered, because we were there. We were right there. You sleep on a bus full of strangers. Or we were talking about jobs that we work where I was like, I'm out at 3 in the morning and I'm scared every car that passed by. I have nobody to protect me, but I have to go to work, right? So here I am, every car I'm jumping is scared, looking around, thinking somebody gonna hurt me, but I have to do what I gotta do. And then you just kind of get used to it, and you just keep doing it to the fact that you think it's normal. And so I never felt the safety I feel when you are covered, and it's like, I'm at home. And when I go somewhere, I don't really go nowhere by myself. And when I did, I left and came back, and I don't have to do that no more. And yes, I have a job to do at home, but at least I know that's what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm like, okay, if I do this, I'm good.
So it's more straightforward now.
Yes, it's not like all this, and then they tell you do this and this result's supposed to happen. That don't even happen. So you're really just confused. It's just confusion when you're out of you're out of place, when you're out of your role, out of what you're supposed to be doing. It's a lot of confusion.
Oh, Sister Tracy, who belongs to Frank Stockton. Bless you, Sister Tracy, and to your head, of course, Brother Frank, bless you, sir. She said, you man up when you are not covered and it seems normal.
Yes. Perfect.
Well put.
Well
That's dead on.
Sister Tracy, that is exactly
That's dead on.
what it is. And then we got all these funky attitudes and stuff like that. And I've never felt more insulted to see, especially black women, and I hate to put it that way, but really, when I see black women with funky attitudes, and not to say that I didn't have one myself or be like trying to fight one off, but I'm so irritated because it seems like that's all we've been taught. So you think you have to have one, and I didn't realize that it was so funky and so disgusting until you look back and you start tracking. You're like, is that how we look? Like, that is a funky attitude. No wonder nobody wants you. Like, nobody want me,
But the only type of man that wants you is, the hoodlum.
Yes.
Who don't mind that attitude, because he's only going to be there long enough to get sex and then be gone. So he don't care. He don't care about your attitude. Like, you can have any attitude you want to. And once I get enough, I'm out anyways.
Right.
He knows that.
Right. Yes, he does.
If you could say something to sisters who are uncovered, being that you were uncovered, what would you say?
I would say that we were never meant to be uncovered.
Oh.
That was not God's design, and it doesn't work. I mean, it may seem like it works if you have the Western mindset, but it wasn't God's design for us to ever be uncovered. We were meant to be covered by our fathers and then given to our husbands for them to continue raising us up, because we were never meant to raise ourselves.
Wow. Women were never meant to raise themselves. which is why when you read in Numbers 30, she was in the house of her father and then the house of her husband. But she maintained being covered the whole time. The whole time she was covered. And today, women are uncovered, and the women who have been uncovered for some time are experiencing it now, and they're like, I don't like this feeling. Especially because, see, women deny what they naturally are in order to be what they are in the world. Because a woman was made to nurture.
Yes.
She was taken out of a man's rib, so she knows where she belongs. But this world has taught her to belong to the world, like your community property. That's what it is. The woman, largely today, is community property. The world owns her, the men use her, and then when she's used up, bitter, angry, and has nothing left, hey, go back out and now go find a husband to love you. That is so backwards. That is so backwards. I'm going to get used up by this world, and then when I'm bitter and angry and devalued myself greatly, where I am now more of a burden to a man than a blessing, now I want a husband.
Submission is freedom also.
Oh, definitely.
Submission is freedom. Let me see.
It says submit to your husband as unto
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
That's what the Bible says. Submit to your husband as you submit to Yahweh. That's the Bible.
So you are not Yah's if you do not submit to your husband.
Say that one more again.
You are not Yah's if you do not submit to your husband.
One more again.
You are not Yah's if you do not submit to your husband.
That's just the word. I know it's spurned by a Western civilization that tells the woman you can be yourself. That's right. Hugh Rossi, he said most men chasing wives have not submitted themselves to the will of Yah. Perfect. Mother Gina says, no, she's not. But she said before that a man must have a vision or a direction from Yah. And a lot of directionless men are trying to build houses, trying to build a house to themselves. Instead of getting a direction from Yah and moving in that direction, they want families right off the bat. I want a family. And what are you going to do with it? I mean, honestly, what are you going to do with that family you're given? I want 2-3 wives. And what are you going to do with them? What is your actual plan with these women? Because I want to build a nation. That is such a generic answer. Come on, give me something. Why do you need 2 or 3? Help me. Good.
And then,
Talk louder.
for both, and this is like both ways. When Master and I, or Master, people reach out to Master, and then they, talk to us as a family, and sisters talk to us, or their family, talk about their family construct between them and the man that they're with. Because of that lack of direction, a sister will be lost. And then the man wonder why she's so idle, why she have all these issues, because you're lost, so she's lost. Because we do need to be directed. And if you're not directing her, because you don't have a direction, she's going to get into stuff. She's going to just naturally stray off.
It says in 1 Timothy 5
Yes, Master.
that they learn to be idle, walking about from house to house, speaking things which they ought not. That's the Bible.
Yes, Master.
Go ahead.
And so they're going astray. So you do need to have a direction. So that way, so you can direct these women. The women need direction. We're not good at directing ourselves. But then, I noticed too, like with some sisters and stuff, the men are wanting to accumulate more wives without this direction. And then they get upset and then they feel burdened because they have to do all this teaching and stuff. But that's, if the Bible says you're going to raise up this woman, then that's your job. And I do know too, also for us sisters, we want to not make the job hard. The job is already hard enough.
Yes.
So you don't want to intentionally make it hard for a man to want to bring you up after all the stuff they have to deal with in society already. They don't need an extra burden. So you want to make sure you're not bringing in an extra burden because you just want to be silly and remain in the same condition you were in the first place. But yeah, however, I do notice that with a lot of sisters that call or families even just talking to you, it's like nobody really is excited about doing their job, but they're excited about what they can get just from a certain situation. The man may be excited about the amount of vagina he get, but then he's upset like, dang, I gotta work and do all this. Won't you get a job? You wanted this, so don't get all these women. It's that simple.
Right.
But then I won't get a lot of vaginas. Figured, and then the women, with these attitudes and stuff like that, or saying that men, when men do chase them, oh, that man doing too much. They be the same ones who's up here upset and sad because they ain't got nobody, or complaining when they're not covered and stuff. But then they want to tell a man he's doing too much.
That's why I don't listen. That's why, brothers, I don't make it a habit of listening to a lot of sisters talk, because a lot of them talk from like the same ones that would be like, all you men want is a bunch of vagina, are the same women that have 3 baby daddies. They have children outside of wedlock. They have children that or have been hoes. They're the same ones talking. Or the men, y'all, you lustful brothers, you are the same brothers, not gonna call you brothers, same dudes who have made many whores out of women. Talking, the talk is cheap. Talking is cheap today. What about the action? So I ask, for the brothers and sisters, for those of you that have a lot of negativity to say about it, how about you show the example of your marriage? You show the example of your marriage. People want to blurt out, let's blurt out some facts, okay? 70% of marriages, this is monogamy, okay? This is strictly monogamy. 70% of monogamous relationships end in the first 7 years. That is especially within people of color. 70% end in the first 7 years. And they're saying that a number is trending downward. They're not even lasting that long now. 70%. So if 70% of monogamous marriages are ending in the first 7 years, then what does that say about monogamy? What does that say about it? Well, people have so much to say against a way of living. Anybody? Because you got those people, well, it didn't turn out good for Jacob, and it didn't turn out good for Abraham. I'm like, actually, it turned out great for Jacob.
His marriage remained intact.
His marriage remained intact. M.I. Prepper, shalom, shalom, shalom. I've seen your comments on the videos. Bless you, bless you, bless you. So when people ask that question, they say, it didn't turn out that great for Jacob. I'm like, Jacob stayed married. He didn't get divorced. I'm not understanding your question. What about this? What about that? Let's just go to the facts. We live in a monogamous only society right now. What are the divorce rates? What are the divorce rates? What are the divorce rates? Family law, this whole system we have called family law, it's funded by monogamy. Am I not right?
Yes, Master.
So I'm not understanding people's arguments. You want to draw examples in the Bible and say it didn't turn out well. Well, it didn't turn out great for Abraham and Sarah and Hagar for which reason? I'll leave it for you all to post it. Why did it not turn out good for Hagar, Abraham, and Sarah? But if you actually study the Bible, if you read Antiquities of the Jews, Josephus, you'll see in his writings that monogamy and polygyny were practiced heavily during those times. You read a couple stories in the Bible say they were the only ones doing it. They weren't the only ones doing it. They were disobeying Yah's vision. And jealousy, yes, and jealousy. Right, polygyny wasn't the problem. It wasn't polygyny that caused them to have their problem.
They stopped Abraham. He still went and got another wife.
He sure did. When got Keturah. Right, Sister Angela said it wasn't Abraham's idea. She said it was Sarah that said, take Hagar because I can't have children. Her lack of trust in Yah brought the other woman in for the sheer fact of having children. So you have to ask yourself the question, when you're hearing people speak on these topics, what are they speaking from? All in all, what we are watching is the normalcy of something that used to be spurned. The idea of a man and one wife, or a man and having more than one helpmate. Was I in the military? No, I was never in the military, but I was raised as a young age. I was raised under the, I guess, precepts, guidance of the Black Panthers. So my mother was, and those I were around were extremely disciplined. And then obviously, came out of that and came to the truth and everything like that. So people get like, wait, you were an ex-Black Panther? Right. But see, a lot of people don't understand the Black Panthers. They don't know what they were really about. People think the Black Panther, the new Black Panthers are a completely different story. But people think the old Black Panthers were like the KKK. And it's like, no, they were nothing like the KKK. Nothing like the KKK.
Yeah, when you mention that, they look at more like a racism.
Yeah, a racist organization. It's like
a big old racist.
That's not. That's not what they were. That's not. The Black Panthers were not running around hating on it. In fact, Black Panthers had many people of different nationalities in the group. Exactly. Thank you. They were a social welfare group. That's what they were. They had many programs, back to school programs. A lot of children of color during that time, of all colors, didn't have breakfast to go to school. They studied, and they knew breakfast was important for a child learning in school. So they created programs to feed children who could not eat breakfast because their family couldn't afford it. They fed them. They raised money, fed them, and sent them to school to give them the opportunity to learn just like the children that were at school that ate, who could afford it. So they were a social welfare program. And then when they got attacked, what happened? They armed up. And then they started to create laws that people of color can't own guns.
The government wanted to shut that down.
Yeah, and they're the ones who shut it down. Right. Because people were coming together. In fact, most people don't understand the Bloods and Crips originated from the Black Panther Party. Bloods were, we all blood, so let's stick together. All of us here are blood. We in this hood. We all blood. We're going to stick together. We're going to police each other. We're not going to rely on external forces to police us. We'll do the policing ourselves. Doesn't that sound kind of like the faith? When Paul asked, was it Paul who asked, why are y'all taking your matters to the courts, to the world? You need to keep your matters in the areas I lived. We didn't call the cops. If some drama went down and somebody was being disrespectful or something like that, it was handled there. Sometimes the person was never seen again, but it got handled. Sometimes the person was moved out in the middle of the night, but it got handled. And then Crips were community resistance in progress. As a community, we are resisting outside forces. We are resisting the system. And these gangs that people know them as today were actually fully functioning organizations of community protection. And the system started to realize, oh crap, they're still functioning and protecting each other. These people are bloods, they all blood, so they keep everything in house. This is a community resistance in progress taking place. They're protecting each other. We need to split them apart. See, unity is one of the most dangerous things. That's why on this channel, I speak on unity. I speak on unity of those that are in the faith, irregardless of color. It's not a coloring book. Irregardless of color, if you are in the faith, I talk about unity. A coming together. That's how we become. You remember when you read Deuteronomy 28, the curses to Israel, one of the curses was what? Separation. Separation was a curse, not a blessing. We see it as a blessing today. We see broken families. Well, when I get to make my own decisions. It was never that way. It was never supposed to be the way of the woman. I'm making my own decisions. I am my own head. I raise my own children. First of all, that gave me my neck hurt doing all that. How do you do it daily and keep a good? My neck hurt. Damn. A house divided against itself cannot stand. So they infiltrated these groups, brought in corners, territory, cocaine, crack. Everybody get your own, get your own, get your own, get your own. And they started infighting. And everybody split. Everybody split. Now it's about color. And not about what the original, just like the faith. The faith today is about what group, ministry, clan you're in. Instead of, listen, if you are of the faith and you are obeying, like for myself, I will fellowship with people who come out. The Bible says, come out of her, my people. I fellowship with people. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Oh, so the Jewel Bachelor said that's the first time hearing. Yes, if you study behind the Bloods and Crips, you'll find out. They both came from the Black Panther Party. And they were both groups, organizations against the system, against the systematic destruction of people. So they did things in-house. And today we are so, when the Bible says, come out of her, my people, and be ye separate, what do you think that means? That means come out, separate. Withdraw yourself from those powers that be. You come out, live a quiet, peaceable life, work with your hands, build your family, build your property, build your house, grow your food, eat your own food, stop eating poison, stop drinking poisoned water, stop fraternizing and chilling with sin, stop having sinful friends, sinful fellowships. The Bible says clearly, what fellowship can the Messiah have with Belial? What concord? What gathering can a lion have with a lamb? How do we have right? Yes, you're depending on like-minded people. You're around people that live, think like you. That's right, Hirasi. It was a mixed multitude. The Bible clearly shows that there were Egyptians that left Egypt. I mean, if I'm an Egyptian and I just saw what I just saw, I'm like, listen, I'm following that God. I don't care what y'all saying. I just saw things that I ain't never seen before. I'm following him. It was a mixed multitude. I know that's against people don't like that. It was a mixed multitude of Israel of Hebrews. It was a mixed multitude. Stop. Okay, stop trying so hard. It was a mixed multitude. And if you know anything about Egypt, when you read the story of how Joseph got there, the Midianites, who sold him to his brother sold him to the Ishmaelites, who sold him to the Midianites. I think, and then the Midianites took him to Egypt. But those caravans went everywhere and bought slaves. They bought slaves from all sorts of people. It wasn't just Joseph they bought. They were constantly in the trade route of trading slaves and selling them to Egypt. So Egypt had a mixed multitude already there when Joseph arrived. Yes. Slaves from different peoples. And then they mixed. And then they left Egypt. Well, see, there's power in the coming together. There's power in, MLK said this was too slow and used peaceful and non-violent. Yes. But we're in a time right now where there is a coming together. There's an opportunity to come together. There's an opportunity for brothers to come together, for sisters to join into households, whether it be a brother or who has none or has one or two. It's an opportunity. You have to be blind. We're going to talk about this tomorrow night, but you have to be blinded to not see there are some weird things happening on this earth. And here's the thing. You're seeing also the idleness and the laziness of humanity. Because people can see these things take place and still make no moves, which means these people will probably never make a move. Never. They'll probably sit there the rest of their life and be destroyed. Yes, Martin Luther King wasn't out. Yes, he was. I know some people may take this offensive, but I'm not much of a fan of Martin Luther King. I am not much of a fan of Martin Luther King at all. Neither was Malcolm X.
As far as mixed multitude is concerned, if a mixed multitude or people of other, they say that everybody has to be just Hebrew. Some people say that. If a mixed multitude was not accepted by Yah also, then there's no way Joseph should have been accepted.
Because Joseph married an Egyptian.
His children was from a woman who was an Egyptian.
Yep, Ephraim and Manasseh.
And
from the Egyptian wife.
And you see them included in the lineage.
Yes.
So I tried. They, replaced Gad.
Dan. Dan got cut off, and Manasseh and Ephraim joined in.
And Ephraim is talked about often. And Manasseh, they're talked about in the book, throughout the book, and in Revelation when we have it restored. All the tribes and the gates are going to be open. Manasseh's in there. And try to give it to Ephraim, but in the in Revelation, it talk about Manasseh because he was the firstborn, so on and so forth. But
and they are from an Egyptian woman.
The woman was Egyptian, so.
The boule. Most people don't know about that, Sister Rashana. I know about the boule. I studied the boule.
That's how the door was opened initially.
That's how. Before we came to the way, that was kind of my studies that opened the door to the boule. What is that? Basically, the Black Illuminati. Oh, what? You start diving into it, you see how they infiltrated hip-hop industry and how they infiltrated movies and how they did things like, you notice that most Black actors were in dresses. Most Black men actors are in dresses. In fact, what is it? He's now a director, but one of the most wealthiest Black actors out there. What's his name? Huh? Yep. One of the most wealthiest Black actors in the world. Yes, M.I. Prepper, you're right. Yes, M.I. Prepper, you are right. Yes. Yep, Tyler Perry, one of the richest black actors. How did he make his money? He made his money by being an abomination, what the Bible calls an abomination. A man shall not well what pertains to a woman. That is an abomination to Yah. How did he make his money? Being Medea, an abomination. All these other actors, they either are in homosexual roles or yeah, you are kind of looking suspect. Huh.
Okay,
yeah, that is a interest. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Jamie Foxx, Chris Tucker. Jamie Foxx, Chris Tucker, all people like that.
I believe.
Did he?
Or did they say he was the only one who did it? It was something.
Did Denzel ever do it? I know Ving Rhames did it. He did that. He played a woman, but also he in Pulp Fiction he got gunned from behind. Will Smith was a homosexual in a movie. Wesley Snipes was a woman.
Yes.
The two guys from White Chicks.
Oh, the Wayans brothers.
The Wayans brothers.
Okay.
I mean, almost every single one of them. Right, yeah. Well, in my prepper, you're right. They do have them parties. Yes, they do. Who played Shanae? Martin. Martin Lawrence. Martin Lawrence. Eddie Griffin did Respucia.
No, that was Eddie Murphy.
Eddie Murphy. Sorry, not Eddie Griffin. Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy did Respucia.
And what was the movie called? What was the movie called, Sister Rivka?
Norbit. Norbit. Yep. Norbit. It's sad. Yes, that's right. Denzel got shot in the behind.
Yeah,
that's what it was on training day. And they said, "Mother effer, you shot me in the ass." Really, the butt? Come on now. Come on now. Kevin Hart, yes. Yes, Flip Wilson, yes. You know who didn't do it? He said that he was never going to do it. Cat Williams.
Yes, Cat Williams.
Cat Williams talked about.
He end up doing something? Because I remember,
Right, where are the Sidney Poitiers? For those who know Sidney Poitier. Lilies of the Field. Movies like that. Lilies of the Field was an awesome movie. With Sidney Poitier in it. Where are they today? It's like it's been a gradual effeminization of men, making them abominable. And now today it's taken hold in the community as a whole, so that when you look at today's men, women are sitting back and saying, where are the men at? And if this is where all of our men are going, how are we going to get married? How are we going to get covered? Those few women. Those few women are asking, how am I going to get covered? So many of our men are going away. Cat Williams, what did he play a church lady?
Yes, I told you.
Yes, he did.
Cat Williams doing something. I just didn't remember.
Yes, he did.
Cat Williams didn't have something. I remember. I just don't remember exactly.
Yes, because he did that interview, and then after that, right after that, he did the movie where he was that church lady. That is right. Oh my, yep. All of them. But yet, when you look at, I think Forrest Whitaker stayed good. I think Forrest Whitaker did stay good.
And then not just that, they had first acting and having to do something that effeminizes them. And then, when you watch like the Boulay and stuff, they got footage of them actually doing homosexual things. They make sure they have to make you abominable.
They make sure they make them abominable.
In order for you to keep your
And if you want to make it big, you need to sell out. Lawrence Fishburne, that's another one. I don't think he did either. That could be why his career went to the dumps.
I was just gonna say, but where are those people?
Yeah, where are they now? But you see these people, and then women see this, and you ask, and they're asking the question, where are we going to find men? I mean, I'm getting things on my, I'm getting notifications and stuff like that of some of the craziest things you're seeing, and now you're seeing big time, Ananias and Sapphira, I want to come out of her. He doesn't any practical advice. Just, it's tough. Bible says, I mean, if your name states it, sister, if Yah sees this situation for what it is, you could be an Abigail. And we know the story of Abigail. Yah could change the heart of your husband. Brother Rob Black, I'm so, okay, thank you. I'm going to send them out second day. I'll send them out. Yes, they did. They hit it. Yes, they did. They did hit Charlton Heston, for those who don't know. Charlton Heston was the guy who did the Ten Commandments. The movie The Ten Commandments. And he did Ben-Hur. He did Ben-Hur. But with this taking place, where are the sisters going to find men? Where are the sisters going to find men to marry, to cover them? Because even though a lot of men claim manhood, yeah, that Kirk Franklin, that video Smile, he wore lipstick and makeup. It's the effeminization of men, and now they're effeminizing all men. It don't matter what color you are. They want you effeminized, either effeminized or dumb. They want you Homer Simpson, the guy from American Dad, the guy from Steve Urkel's show. That you're fat, you're funny, you're just there as a comedy. That's it. Sister Colleen Rodover said, "Good luck with finding a real man." Right, and that's where we are. Where are you going to find them at? That's why I said it's becoming the norm. More and more sisters are starting to realize, in order for me to be married, I need to start looking at the Bible and seeing what the Bible says and seeing what options I have, because I'm looking out there and I'm like, the options ain't too good. And I don't want to go out there and get married and then have to deal with having 2 or 3 different children from different men and then trying to join into a house. Trying to join into a house after you made those mistakes. So they're looking. I'm telling you right now, they are looking. But they're not running out there. You want to know why? Because there's so many fake men. There are so many men who still are extremely worldly. Really? There are still a lot of extremely worldly men. Men who don't have a vision, don't have a direction, and are just talking. They're just talking. And I think that's where we, as men, and as brothers in this faith, have to get. We gotta be about our Father's business. Was in Arby's tonight. A guy was talking about how he competes in drag queen contests. Admired RuPaul and others I never heard of. I am not making this up. Had to listen to this eating dinner. Oh my, RuPaul's a role model? And I like what Sister Betty Boo, bless you, Sister Dana. She said most young guys nowadays still live at home playing video games. So sad. That is the truth. Most of them don't even know how to take care of themselves. That's the next sad thing. A lot of men today, they can't even take care of themselves. They can't provide for themselves, but they want helpmeets. That's why I tried to suggest the idea of men. A great idea if you're a young man. I'm going to say this again. If you're a young man, it's a great idea. If you don't have a destination, join a man on his homestead. Work under him for a couple years. Learn skills. Learn how to grow food, how to take care of animals. Work hard. And when you know what? When you 2 or 3 years, and you're ready to find, when you save up enough money, you put into the community, and you save up enough money, you can say, I'm ready to buy some land. But I know how to take care of my family now. I know how to raise food. I know how to eat. I know how to build. I have a trade that I can actually market. I'm part of the community because I can buy land right next to this man that I was working with. You're set up. You're set up. Because what we have today is we have a bunch of men who are barely making it. Look at this, transvestites, men turning into women. Yeah, and the young sisters, they're not taught how to cook, sew. What does Titus 2 say? Would I take an apprentice? Absolutely, I would. Absolutely, we were just talking about that today. Absolutely, I would. And y'all willing when I know he's out. When the brother's ready to branch out on his own, you can be blessed. You're not going to leave empty-handed. You can leave with some goats, some chickens, organic seeds, and you are now part of the greater community. Guess what? Guess what? Now you have a piece of property, you bought a piece of property, and you have your piece of property over there. You can be within 10, 20, 30 minutes, 50 minutes from us. We can go and help you. I am in the Ozarks. I am in the Ozarks. And now that brother can acquire a family, has food. Because what you don't realize is that when you live this simple life, you realize when you're not paying for food and the things that you pay for in the city, right, we need more midwives. Yes, we do. We were just talking about that too today with a sister. We need more midwives. We need more men. We need more families. Can you imagine what can be built here in this general area? We have Pastor Fox out here, Shofar Mountain. Out here we have quite a few brothers already out here. Quite a few have bought land already out here. Brother David's in the north. I'm here in the south. And for those of you who know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Arkansas. These are the things that can be done. So this is why, I hope you understand what I was saying. When I post a title for a live stream, understand that the stream's not going to be focused solely on that one thing. Because the biggest thing I'm concerned with is building family, is building something. One thing that I noticed is that we don't build. Right? We don't even know what's in our food anymore. We don't. I implore you, when you go to the store, South Side, Brother Johnny Smith, in the southern section, down here with me, be here very soon. Hallelujah. Yes, I want to do what Yahshua wants too. I want to just follow Yah. That's what I want to do. My goal is to follow Yah. But we are in a time and we have a lack of men that have stood up and said, I'm going to follow Yah even if I'm not liked. I'm going to follow the Father even if people don't receive me. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to follow Yah because that's the vision that I was given. I was given a vision. I'm moving in that vision. You can see that's what he believes because I'm doing it. I'm not talking about it. When you see my channel, when you see my videos, I hope it's hitting and saying, he's doing this thing. He's not just talking about it. You can see it. So if you wonder, is he growing his own food? Look at my other videos. You can see the videos right now where we have 200 onions planted. Well, probably 250 now. We have probably over 150 garlic planted. We still have greens from last year growing in. We have lettuces coming in. Radishes, yeah. Well, they went to seed, so I can harvest the seeds. You can see what is. Hand me that bag right there. Oh yeah, our mint's coming in like crazy. Yes, Sister Betty Boo, we will pray for you. Look at this. Garlic. I'm not garlic. Wait, is this garlic? It's not garlic. Ginger. Ginger. Organic ginger that I am sprouting so I can plant it when it warms up. Ginger. And you can see the little spuds. I just mixed it with water. But I'm getting them to spud so that as soon as it warms up, I can put it in the soil and grow my own ginger. Turmeric. So you don't have to ask the question, I wonder what he's doing. Hey, you can see it. Because it's important for me yes, am I prepper? Yes. Yes. Is am I Michigan? Can I just say Michigan prepper? But you can see the work that is being done. And that's what we need more. We need more workers and less talkers. We need less people talking and more people showing what you're doing. More doers. As Rika just said. We need more doers. We need more people doing and less people discussing. Faith without works is dead. We need more people doing. We need more examples for the younger generation. We need more coverings for our sisters. Okay, military intelligence. Oh, wow, a Russian linguist. Wow, okay. Wow. We need more of this. And instead, what do we have? We have so many talkers. How does visitation go? Free Brew Nation, what do you mean? How does visitation go? Like visiting? Oh. Well, without giving out too much details, East Tennessee, West Tennessee, which part of Tennessee? Near Memphis? Send me a email, brother. Send me an email. Send me an email. We'll talk. People ask about Passover this year. Yes, we're doing Passover. I don't know how big it's going to be. And the reason why I'm saying that is because with this coronavirus situation, my email, brother, is if you go up in any of my videos, in the description, I have my email listed in the description. Even in this video, it's there. How to make the list. How far from Alex North was that? I don't know. I wouldn't say we're that far from Louisiana. I wouldn't say we're that far from Louisiana. Send me an email. Send me an email. But there's just so much. As a man in this faith, our responsibility is not to run around roaring. Our responsibility is to do. When you read the law, the Torah, it tells men, you leave the edges of your field ungleaned. This year, I expanded my gardens. Why? Because I want to be able to help more people to eat organic. to see what real organic food tastes like. Yeah, no Coronas or lamb this year. I want people to really taste. I want people to eat organic food and have that green chlorophyll filament on their teeth. I want you to taste it, to see what it really tastes like. So we almost doubled our gardens for green leafy vegetables this year. Was it hard to become a Hebrew Israelite? I don't call myself a Hebrew Israelite because that's not what I am. I am a Hebrew. That's my, color, and I'm an Israelite. Was it hard? Here's what I'm gonna say what's hard. The Bible says, "Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind." What's hard is to, if you like the ways of this world, if you like them, letting go of those is hard. For myself, I have always been searching for truth. I have always been searching for what the Bible really was. I remember when I was 13 years old. Because see, letting go of stuff is not hard for me. Like letting go of, I never really ate pork, ever. I think I ate it for like a year of my life. So I never really ate unclean foods. I was raised as a Seventh-day Adventist for part of my life. So keeping the Sabbath, it's just understanding it. I'm just one of those people that if I know something is right, I'm going after it. Right, it's natural. If you're his, it's more natural. It's you. Okay, when you read, you're like, okay, can you give me the charger? When you see it and hear it and you live in it, you're like, this is me. This is where I was supposed to be. Like Rivka, people ask, was it hard for Rivka to come into the house and be part of the house? Well, no. If you know, I've never been home before. When you get home, you're like, this is what I'm supposed to be. This is it. No, it's almost there. I need the charger. You know where home is when you get there. And a lot of people say, I did a video and I didn't post it because I was like, I'm a see if I'm gonna post this video. But I talked about home. Charger? Oh no, go down. Hold on 1 second, please. Okay. I was gonna do a video and I said most of us today, we don't know how to set roots. So we're so temporary. We don't ever really set roots anywhere we are. Instead, what we do is we're so used to apartment living, which is, it's not your home. An apartment is not your home. It's just a temporary place. You can't set roots in that apartment because it's not yours. You don't own it. It's like an apartment is a hotel by the month. That's all it is. It's a hotel by the month. You can't tear out any walls. You can't paint the walls unless you ask permission. You can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. You just can't. When I look at home, I look at where I belong. This world, I don't belong in it. And I've known that. And I've known that I have 3 brothers. One of my youngest brother is cool with me. My 2 older brothers, I haven't talked to my 2 older brothers in years. Right. Frank Simon said, when you live in an apartment, you're paying somebody else's bills. That's all you're doing. You can't build in an apartment. What are you going to build? So all you do is you work just to survive. That keeps the economy going. Oh, hallelujah. Plant 3 fruit trees. Hallelujah. That perspective is only from Jan. Few have, right. So when I think of a home, when I think of this thing, I say to myself, I want to be where I was supposed to be. I don't want to just survive, just make it. I want to be where Yah has me to be. And sisters, you got to have that. Where has Yah told you to go? Why is it you try to set roots in apartments, which are all these men that you've gone to? You're with Johnny and Pooh, not John. Let me not use Johnny, because I got some brothers who named Johnny. Pookie and Ray Ray. You've been with Pookie, he was in an apartment. You've been with Ray Ray, he was in a hotel. Now you got evictions. We are a people that set roots. When you read the Bible's an agricultural book. When you the foundation or the roots, the foundation of a building and the roots of a plant have the same purpose. That's why Yahshua gave two examples of that. The example of the sower, the seeds that fell on the rock, they sprang forth quickly, the plant shot up quickly, but there was no depth to its roots because its roots were on the rock. So it withered and died. There's no covering to those roots. The parable of the wise man built his house upon the rock. The foolish man built his house on the sand. The foundation was the issue. Where is your foundation? See, what Betty Boo said was smart. And what Betty Boo and what Johnny Smith said is brilliant. You can buy yourself an acre of land, 1 acre of land. You can literally, brothers, and I can teach you how to do it. If you wanted to do it, if you were serious about owning and building, you could build yourself, you could buy an acre of land, 2 acres, 5 acres, 10 acres, 20, 50, however many you can afford. Buy some acreage. You can build yourself a little, let's just say, 8 by 12, 8 by 24 little home on your property and be enclosed and warm with a wood burning stove burning in there for under $2,500 to $3,000. You can have rain catchment, and that's a place to lay your head and to get your start. You can get started with that for $3,000. For $2,500, you can build an 8 by 8. I lived in it. Well, not lived in it, but we stayed in 8 by 8. Me and my whole family. Me, Zion, and I think we had 4 children at the time. We went to visit Pastor Fox's in an 8 by 8. And we realized this is not that bad. We were visiting him. This is not that. We stayed there for 4 or 5 days. This is not that bad. This is cool. I looked at Zion like, you happy? The children were like, wow, this is so much fun. You want to know why? Because when the sun came up, we all went outside. They ran off and disappeared. Some were following Mother Kate, tending the goats. And I every word that Pastor Fox said, I just had to like this. Just give me more, Pastor Fox. Just talk about this lifestyle. Tell me what I need to know so I can learn from it, glean from it, and go do it. And then he gave me his trailer. It was an 8 by 16 trailer. It was me, Zion, and 5 children, in an 8 by 16 trailer. 4. It was 4. It was 4 and she was pregnant. In an 8 by 16 trailer that Pastor Fox gave us. You can buy those trailers. There's so much you can do to start the building of your family, the building of your home, the vision, being set apart, being hardworking, not having time to deal with this world. I didn't come out here with building skills. I built this house without a single skill of building. I done roofing for a year, and I did drywall for about 3 or 4 months. Everything you see, when you look at the videos, I learned that while being here. I studied it while being here. I learned how to set footers. My brother Jerry taught me, this is how you set a footer. How to square. He taught me how to square. When I came out here, I knew nobody. I have never been out here other than basketball. Never. Then I started to meet met Brother David. And now there are other brothers coming out here. You can do it. The problem is that you have to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. You can live a life where you don't have to live in debt. I don't pay a water bill, a sewer bill, a heating bill. I don't pay none of those bills. And next year or this year, y'all willing, I'll probably cut my food bill by 95% from what I was living in the world. 95% of my food bills should be cut this year. Do you know how much money you could put into your property, into your life, into your family, if you're not feeding the system? Our internet is our cell phone. That's all I need. I don't have time to sit there on the internet. Anyways, things have to get built. And let me tell you something, brothers, especially for you younger ones who are talking about marriage and all that. That's a fast way to get noticed by some sisters. Let me tell you, sisters will notice you. They will notice you because you're about your Father's business. You have a vision and you're pursuing it. That's a lot different than sitting there saying what you're going to do and you ain't done nothing yet. You ain't made the moves yet. It's a lot different. This right here, what you see right here, all that is fence posts that I cut, sanded, and lacquered. My own design. The room we're in right now used to be outside. And I'm building an extension. Y'all saw it with a loft on it. Guess what my building experience is before coming here? 0. Sister Angela said, that's right, we should not be a slave to the borrower. The Bible says itself, the borrower, the rich ruleth over the poor, and a borrower is a servant to the lender. How to get money? Work. I still work. I work in the medical industry. And I don't make a lot of money. I guarantee you, most of you make more than I do. Guarantee you that y'all make probably more than I do. Some of you by far. And some sisters are like, because men are like, well, I can't afford it. What do you mean you can't afford it? I have 2 helpmeets, 7 children, and they live wonderfully happy. All those damn bugs and gardens. Damn bugs and rabbits. What you're doing. And that's a lot more than what people can say. Well, most people can say. Most people aren't doing. So what are the excuses now? People say jobs. You don't need to make a ton of money when you're living real simple. Yes. I do all that and I work. Right. Yeah, they wear clothing for they wear clothing, not for fashion. They're not trying to impress anybody. You see them in the videos. They're wearing, a sweatshirt that some of my coworkers are like, listen, we're getting rid of clothes. Do you want them? We have a bunch of hoodies. Do you want them? Yes, I want the hoodies. I don't know, I'll let them know, like, listen, if there's any curse symbols on them, I will get rid of them. But otherwise, that's what they wear. They have work skirts and hoodies and shirts because they're here working all day. I work all day. We work hard in the spring, summer, and fall, so in the winter, we can rest. Although this winter, I've been working my butt off this winter because I have certain things that I want to get done by next winter so I can rest. I do what the Bible says. The Bible says that when you buy land, do your outside work first, then build your house. That's what I did. I planted gardens first. Why do they wear dresses and head covering? That's a very excellent question, Sister Barbara Huffman. They wear head coverings because culturally, that was what the sisters wore. They covered their head. You read a verse in Corinthians that talks about if a woman prays, she's supposed to pray with her head covered. But if she's not covered, she should be short. She should be her hair removed. And then when it comes to skirts, they wear skirts because it's a modesty thing, and they wear what pertains to a woman. The Bible says a woman should not wear what pertains to a man, and a man what pertains to a woman. So, and I'll do a study on that. Barbara Huffman, I will do a study on that so that it's clear of why. And that's a good question. Thank you. Thank you. I am never opposed to people asking questions when it comes to them just generally wanting to know. If you're doing it to be condescending, I'm going to discern that. I'm going to get you out of here. But if you're asking because you generally want to know, hallelujah. Hallelujah. And yes, they're content. That's right. Sister Colleen basically said it. They're married. A married sister was supposed to cover her head.
I was going to say her head covering also represents that she's covered.
Yeah, her head covering also it also represents that she was covered. And the beards, yes, the Torah said we weren't to mar our beards. We weren't supposed to be making all cuttings in it and all that. So I trim it but what you see right here, when it starts growing over here, I'll cut the scraggles. But you notice that I just have a beard. Just have a beard. This I will never cut. But this I will trim down every once in a while. But they're content also. And that's another thing that I think that people aren't it's about to get real. That's an excellent question. And I'm studying that. Because when I see cultural, that Rebecca, right? Who covered her head? When Rebecca knew that her husband was coming, the Bible says she covered her head, which meant that her head was probably uncovered prior to the meeting of her husband. And also, as I'm studying, I'm realizing, and don't quote me on this. Only in prayer they covered it. I'm studying, and I'm getting it. I think with Rebecca's head covering, sisters that were single, when they had their head uncovered, it let you know she had no covering, as far as no husband.
But was it father's covering?
Then it's a father's covering. So
yeah, because you were even under your
but she still was Rebecca's father in the picture. Listen. I'm gonna do something that is very, very, very unheard of. It's uncommon. I don't know. I know it blew your mind. I'm studying it so that I can give you an accurate answer instead of giving my opinion to you as if it's fact. So let me continue my study on that so that I can give you an accurate answer and not my opinion as answer. Yeah. So there's a lot I have to study in that. So I don't know. I'm studying. Right, L count 25, because that's what I thought. No head covering meant they were available for marriage. We're missing. he said, love it. Grant Hill said, what? I know it's an odd thing, but I want to make sure that I give the proper cultural context along with the words that Paul said, along with the story of Rebecca, and also the story of Susanna. In the story of Susanna in the Apocrypha, they uncovered her head to shame her. And Susanna was married. If you know the story of Susanna, she was accused by Israelite elders of adultery. It's a whole story to that. It's an excellent, excellent story. What about a woman's long hair? Would that be a covering? It is in the story, you have to read Corinthians, but the women covered their hair in respect, and it's showing that I am covered. Did you do a teaching on that one? Zion did a teaching on that one, but you know, did I keep it up? I took it down.
I don't even think we had it it wasn't from this group.
Okay.
Got here, it was a while back.
Okay. I'm going to have Zion and Ruka do a video on covering, since they're where the covering. So they'll do a video on it to bring clarity to why they cover, you did a video on modesty though. That's what it was. You did a video on modesty.
Yeah,
So
I did something smaller, I think, with actual covering, because the covering, your hair was one type of covering,
Yes.
and it was different though when you put on a head covering.
when you put on a head covering, it's different than your hair.
But your hair is a form.
Because he says that if you are not covered, you should be shorn.
And it's not even, you should just be, if it's appropriate, which it wasn't of our culture.
Yeah.
So,
Sister Colleen said, a woman's hair is for her husband.
Right. It's a different type.
It's a different type. Can weave count as a covering?
Weave is a covering, but it's of another
Weave
God.
is a covering. So here's the thing people understand about weave. Weave is another woman's covering. And you notice that when a woman wears a weave, she's covering her highest place with another woman's covering. Her highest place, she's covering her mind with another woman's covering. And that woman cut off her covering and sacrificed to her God. When women cut off their hair for a lot of these, like women in other cultures, they're like the Indian culture, the Indian, hair, they're cutting their hair in an act of sacrifice to their gods. Then it's sold by these churches to basically China. China packages it, sells it to America, and the women in America buy this hair in pride. So they're sacrificing it in humility to their God. In this culture, the women buy it in pride, sew it into their hair, cover their highest place, their mind, with another woman's covering that was sacrificed to her God. Now you know why you see women wearing weaves, who they lost their damn mind wearing all this weave. Talking about, I'm proud, I love who I am. You love who you are, and your hair is naturally kinky, and you are wearing straight hair. And it's $1 billion industry.
He says an act of rebellion to their God as well.
Yep. Women in that culture sacrifice their hair in an act of humility to their God, and women in this culture buy it and put it in their head as an act of rebellion against their God. He said, bring back the Pam Grier hair. Looks good to me, and I'm white. Bless you in my forever. It is not a natural thing. Can you all imagine me walking around with some blonde hair from, looking like, having hair like a WWE wrestler?
Shawn Michaels.
Like Shawn Michaels? I mean, come on.
Triple H.
People running around in purple and green. Yeah, Bon Jovi here. Can you imagine me running around looking like with Donald Trump's hairstyle in my head?
Oh no, Master, no. Oh no.
Walking around looking like Donald Trump
I'll be so
with that hairstyle, Donald Trump hairstyle. Y'all be like, you look so stupid.
We're gonna be able to say that when we talking to each other.
I would look stupid. That gives you an idea of how sensitive you look. When you're running around with purple, blue, blonde hair, shaking it, playing around with it every 10 seconds. Right, Ronald McDonald red, right. And you're looking at it like, what the hell? And she comes to you and be like, I'm real. Like, your fruit says you're not real because that's never mind.
No, they are real fake.
Yeah, you are real fake. Trump hair and you're singing. No, I'll count. Yo, just think about that. Me and the comb over.
No, man.
No, I can't do that. I can't do it apparently. Shit, that's not sexy.
I don't know about that either.
So I'm just saying.
I guess.
No Rick James hair.
Rick James.
Oh gosh. But there is so right. Sister Roshana said, buy the girls some fake flowers too. I mean, think about that. We would be pissed if I went to the Dollar Tree and got those fake flowers and be like, babe, I was thinking about you. Here you go. She'd be mad. Why you give me fake flowers for? For your fake hair, your fake attitude, your makeup, everything about you is fake. Your titties fake too? Your butt fake? Everything's fake.
Fake eyelashes.
Fake eyelashes? And that's where I think it is that we have, as leave them alone. We have a job to do. We have a job to do. Everyone would look stupid in Trump hair, even him. We've got so much to do as men. I mean, just take the time and look at what's going on in this world. There's a shooting in, I believe, Germany. Yeah, people do find women like that attractive. I'm like, how is that cute?
They asked for it though. The men.
Uh-huh.
It's like, you can get your hair done. Maybe talking about fake hair.
It's crazy. Oh, the baby. Oh. Right, there it is. Unique Things of Soul put it up there. Prepare your outside work and make it fit for yourself in the field. Then build your house. I did that. I got here with a trailer, and we worked on our land first, removing trees and setting up gardens so we could grow food. And we did. We grew a lot of basil my first year. Nothing else grew.
No, we had amaranth.
Oh, yeah, our amaranth and our basil grew.
And, yeah, our other ones, okra.
Oh, yeah, our okra grew too, yeah. So you can do it. It is possible. Instead of spending your money on frivolous stuff, instead of spending your money on useless stuff, I think, man, we have a responsibility. Here's what I think, brothers. Oh, wait, let me see what Roman said. When the war paint and accessories come off, most of them go from an 8 to a 2 in warp speed. Man, they do. I mean, they go in looking like women. They go in looking like Beyonce with all the makeup and all that crap coming out, and they go in the bathroom and take off their makeup and everything, come on looking like me.
Oh, that's horrible.
They go into the bathroom looking like Beyonce, come on looking like me. Can you imagine me, brothers? You bring a sister home. She's like, I'm about to go change. You know, I'm gonna show you the real me. Bless you, brother. And she go in the bathroom and come out, and I open up the door. Right. Open the door up. Hey, shalom, Brother Grant Hill. Shalom, Brother Grant Hill. Shalom, Brother Frank Stockton. Like, wait. What happened? What happened to Sister Abigail? Oh, this is Sister Abigail. No. That's Brother Aaron. No, I'm Sister Abigail. This is me without my makeup. Y'all know you'd be fired up. You know you'd be fired up. You'd be pissed. Brother Graham, he crying. Y'all be fighting. Y'all be ready to start throwing blows. Sister Kay Sanders, wife of Brother Mikhail Sanders, said, pure witchcraft. Makeup is witchcraft. I hope you all understand that. It's manipulation. It's deception. It's deception. When a woman wears makeup, she's letting you know, I'm deceiving you already. I don't look like this, but I don't pretend like I do. And then she's going to take it off. Or the women who got hair as long as mine, with a weave in her head. And if you read the Bible, guess who wore makeup? Jezebel. Jezebel did. You remember when Jehu was riding into town, she wanted to impress him. And the Bible says she painted her face and was hanging out the window. So if you want a real husband, why don't you try being a real woman? Be who you are. All these deceptive brothers, all these deceptive sisters who have learned the ways of this Western world. Right. You're making up. That's Brother Grant. I told this all the time. When you wear makeup, you're making up for what Yah didn't give you. You're saying Yah did not do a good enough job making you, so you're helping him out. Well, I got all these bumps on my face. Well, start eating better. How about this? Marry a man who wants to eat organic and he's going to grow his own food because you want to clear up your face. Your face is probably the way it is because of what you're putting on it or what you're putting in your body. Right, sister. Come here. Sister Zion looks this way and there's no makeup. There's a lot of shea butter. And Rivka, come here.
I don't put a lot of shea butter on my face or my body.
Sister Zion's 31 years old. Let me tell you something. She's 31 years old. Oh, she's 32 years old. I knew that. I was just saying she knew how old she was.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Brothers, you know what I'm saying. Like, babe, how we've been married like 8 years, huh? She's like 15. Like, right. I was gonna say that.
15. See, but then if I said that, then the man be all
I'd be hot.
For real. Where you been
like having a gold divorce right there. Be like, you don't even know how long we've been married? Take this gold divorce. For what? You didn't know how long we were married. Babe, you don't know how long we were married. So what happened was, though, I was working one day, and I was using the ruler, and I saw the numbers in the ruler, I got confused. What's your excuse? Rivka is 35 years old. I know, she don't look 35 at all. I'm 21. No makeup. What if you wear makeup when your husband asks you? If you're doing it for if he's asking you, I don't touch that. That's one there. I do not. You know, when the Bible talks about not moving the boundary over another man's property, one thing I do not talk about is what another man wants. I do not move that boundary. If a man is covering you, that's one boundary I don't go in. I do not step into another man's house. We'll never do that. So if you're doing it because your husband asks, I got nothing to say about it. I'm out. It's his house. It can still be witchcraft, but I don't mention it because, like for instance, if a man is asking you to whore, now I would suggest this: explain it to your husband. Babe, I do not want to wear makeup anymore because it is witchcraft. It's deception. I'm deceiving. I would let him know that. But I don't take it upon myself to step into another man's house. I don't. If he wanted to talk to somebody about it, he could talk to me. But I make sure. But if a man want to tell his wife, like, I want you to whore and be an adulterer, it's still adultery. And to be quite honest, if I was with a man that asked me to commit adultery, I would ask for, please divorce me. Please divorce me. So I don't have to be under that anymore. And I would pray to the Most High, honestly. If I was a sister and I was in a situation of bondage, I'd pray to the Most High for deliverance. I would pray. There's just so much. There's so much. Men. So that's something y'all can, that's a plan. If there's two of you, brethren, and there's a 5-acre piece of property, y'all could go in together, buy it, and cut it in half. This is my half, this is your half. That way you have an inheritance for your children, and I have an inheritance for my children. And y'all could build a small, I mean, I'm serious, you can build a small place. What was that?
I said the Murrays said that as well.
Mm-hmm.
That leaving an inheritance for your children, but also nowadays how it's coming down to, you may have to buy big properties, go in together, and just create boundaries and just leaving an inheritance and make sure that is
right. You can get a couple of brothers together and buy, let's say, 15 acres, and then okay, these are your 5, this is your 5, this is my 5. We're all gonna work together, but this is your inheritance for your children. This is inheritance for your children. This is inheritance for my children. We have our own pieces of property. I'm the head of mine. You're the head of yours. You're the head of yours. But we're going to work together. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
And you can do like those places that have, what are they called when you look up online, you want to buy it and they start sectioning off parts of the property to for people to buy, but it's under
like a subdivision.
Like a subdivision, yeah. Something similar.
Yeah. But there are options out there. We have, as sisters, there are options out there. I'm gonna say it. There is no reason a sister should be uncovered in this faith. Yes, that Elkan said, read Joshua, what they done along those lines. Yes, that's what they did. There's no sister should, they say no child left behind, no sister uncovered. Hi, my name is Keepn Yahshua, and I endorse this message. There should be no sister left uncovered. Good commercial?
Yes, sir.
It's a good commercial, thank you. And what I mean by sister, I mean sister that is of Yah. Leave the wicked alone. Leave them uncovered. Leave them alone. Nigga, leave them alone. As Eddie Griffin said. Leave them alone. Leave them uncovered. But for those that are righteous, there's no reason for them to be uncovered. There's just not. And I'm not talking about, a covering does not always have to be a husband. If you're an older woman, you should have a covering. You should have somebody that is still covering you. A belonging to something. Usually, it'd be a child or, not a child, but like a son. But if you don't have that, you should still have a covering. Somebody that is covering you. Somebody that is covering you. But we live in this culture, and this culture, it's so much uncovering. What Outcast said? Oh, wait, let me show that one. Okay. Be not fear of walking down too well either. People know they are covered. Yes. Yes. He's saying, don't be afraid to go to where people are covered and seek a covering. Hey, I'm a older woman. I don't have a husband. I'm not seeking a husband, but I want a covering. Fine. Awesome. What are your skills? I can sew. I can cook. I love gardening. I can be an asset. Come on down. And brothers, you should be willing to cover a woman like that. That's also of the responsibility. Bless you, Sister Angela. and to your head. Bless you, sir. I honor you. If you're an old brothers, if there's a woman who's not looking, you should be willing to cover her. Come on. You can be covered. Offer her protection. Offer her safety. Have her be part of something. Especially as these times. Oh, the Mother Kate come in here? Oh, Mother Kate, shalom. Biblically, the older woman cared for by her son or serves the church. Right. Right. But there should not be. This is not just every woman go get married. This is every woman have a covering. Have somebody to cover you. And if you're a woman, like the Bible says, well reported for good works and fed the children and raised up, children, the church will take care of you. Well, today, the church is us. We are the church. We are. But we don't have this. What we have is a lot of abandonment, a lot of women left on their own, and a destroyed culture. We have a destroyed culture. Brother Frank, so would I. I would cover no marriage requirement at all. And there should be a place for the widows indeed. Widows indeed. A widow. Let's get that straight. A widow. Yeah, you see guys having their wives be their moms, right? That's sad. They get married so that their wife can be their mama too. There are answers, and all the answers. See, the things that I'm saying, I'm not turn the chapter this, book this. It's all here. It's all here. We was talking about Boaz in the Bible, kinsman redeemer. Boaz covered Ruth. Ruth had her who? Who was with her? Her mother-in-law named Naomi. Boaz covered Ruth, the wife, and Naomi. They both had a covering now. This culture has taught women, you don't need that. And you're an older woman, you don't need that. We'll take care of you. Yeah, until we're done with you, then we throw you in a place to die called what do they call them? Convalescent home, nursing home. We throw you in a place to die. Or your children throw you in a place to die. That is right. Sister Mother Kate is right. What you're seeing now is you're seeing, yes, I do believe the Apocrypha is completely valid. Completely. I've studied the Apocrypha deeply. Right, yeah, fruit inspector, right. Some people want you to always tell them verse and chapter, verse, chapter, verse, chapter, verse, chapter, verse. Listen, it's in the Bible. Here's what you do. If you don't think what I'm saying is in the Bible, read it yourself. Read it yourself. You'll find it. Read it yourself. But culturally, we took care of each other. And you don't see that now. You see a slew, and again, many women are not coverable. Leave them alone. But I'm talking about those Western culture society does not give a flying fart about the other. They don't. They leave them to die. And you know what's dying? When they die, all of this knowledge, this untapped wisdom and knowledge and understanding of things dies with them. All this information, people who have lived in the Great Depression, you want to listen to some of the best preparedness-minded people? Listen to those that were there during the Great Depression. Listen to those that made it through some times.
My grandma was pulling out. My grandma was picking cotton and doing all that and knew how to do everything.
Yes.
To do with this life and more.
And they're dying with all of this knowledge. They know how to. You'd be like, oh, my tooth hurt. She come out with a jar. My tooth hurt. She'd be like, baby, try some of this. Like, what? I'm not even gonna ask you what it is because I know it's good for me. So I don't even care. She'll like, just rub it in your gum 3 times a day. It'll go away. I don't even want to know what's in there because I'm kind of scared, first of all, what you put in there. But you rub it in your teeth 3 times a day, toothache is gone. Ah, my arm. She'd be like, let me see. Oh, you did look pop. Oh, you feel better? Ah! What you gotta do? Thanks. There's wisdom flowing from them. And what do? That's why I'm the type of man, when I see an older woman crossing the street, I will stop my car and run out there in the middle of the street and stop traffic until that woman crosses the street. People have seen me do it. Why? Because I respect them. Because they have something that we don't have. It's called experience. They have experience. We don't have that. We don't have that. And we let that experience die with them. When they knew how to survive before we had all this modern technology, they knew how to make it. They knew how to prepare food. They cooked on wood stoves, open fires. People today feel like they're about to die because they don't have an oven. Right. The Bible says, thank you, Unique Taste. So bless you, brother. He said, the Bible says, seek after the old paths. The old paths. Who better to seek than our elders about those paths? When Mother Kate may not even know this, but she must know now. Every video she puts up, I watch it once to 3 times. You want to know why? Because this is somebody that is older. I mean, my older mothers, you're older than me. You're like, I ain't old. You're not old, but you're older than me. But when you know, we were there on Shofar Mountain, what did you do?
Follow Mother Kate around.
Follow her around.
All she did was teach, and when she came here, she walked around our property.
Immediately walked around. Oh, this is edible, and oh, this is a grapevine. I'm like, that's a grapevine?
Yeah, you got grapes coming in.
I was killing that. I was trying to kill that thing. Oh, that's a grapevine. Oh. I bought taps to tap our trees to get what's it called? Sap. To make syrup. Guess where I got the idea from? Her video.
Sister Colleen Redeemer. I would love to know how to make that oil, dandelion oil. If you would like to share.
Sister Betty Boo said he is aging us. When we have a question about the goats,
yes.
Who do you text?
2 people.
2 people.
Mother Kate and Sister Nina.
Mother Kate, Sister Nina. Yes, they came. Yes, Mother, they came.
Sister Nina was raised from childhood up all the way until she was married with animals, so she knows about it. And Mother Kate is where I get a lot of knowledge from with things like that. So I text them too.
And now we have Sister Dana.
Yes.
Sister Betty Boo. People who have knowledge. I tap their minds. I tell them all the time, listen, text Mother Kate. I don't know. And we got to get back to those times. So when I promote the old paths, the old ways of living, yes, marriage is part of it. Covering these sisters is part of it. We need it. We need it. Because we are people dependent on the system for our food. We depend on the system for everything, which is why you can't, I mean, it's amazing going and checking on patients. Patients are 45 years old. Their livers are falling to crap. Their kidneys are falling to crap. They can't filter nothing out of their system. Their skin looks like it's rotting because all the toxins are starting to, you're seeing the results on the surface. Now you're like, you're 45. Were you an alcoholic? No. Were you this? No. He just ate bad food. You're like, Jesus, oh my God. Old paths. The healing properties. I didn't even know until, I studied and somebody mentioned it. Keeping your hands in the soil, working with the soil, detoxifies yourself. I didn't know that. When you work with your hands in the dirt, there's so many detoxifying elements in the dirt. Then you know that, and then you realize, oh yeah, dude, that makes sense because people use the clays, bentonite clay, or in her case, just clay from the dirt. And she, you know, you don't understand. One day you go outside, you're like, why is your face orange? I was just testing to see if the clay in the dirt. Well, did it work? And then you feel her face all soft. You're like, what the? You just dug a hole and got the clay out of it. Actually, I was digging post holes, and she took the clay out of the dirt. Sister Tanya said the soil smells so good too. It does. Yes, it does. I brought a brother out here. I remember his first time really ever being out in the woods. He lives out here now, near the rock. And we cut down a tree. And he took the shaving and started eating them.
He licked it.
He licked the ashes.
He said,
He was like, oh man. I was like,
and it really, and it said this is what he was going to be about.
Yeah, he said that his first time he licked it, tasted the inside. I think it was a pine tree.
No, it was the other one, cedar.
Cedar tree. He smelled it and licked it and was like, I'm about to be about this. And he made his move. Less than a year later, he moved out, left Texas with a group of brethren and sisters, and is now out here. Old paths. Let me tell you, brothers, that the system has made it nearly impossible for you to cover anybody with the way it's currently constructed. Because everything is going to be overly expensive. Think about it. Think of how expensive it is to go from a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom place. Oftentimes that usually means you can go from a 2-bedroom apartment, you have to go to a 3-bedroom house. Think about that. How much more costly is that? What, $300, $400, $500 extra a month? Now think about this. You want to expand your house? Expand your family? Just buy some lumber. Build another section. Build another section. Go back there, square it off, and build. You've expanded your house. It costs you minimal compared to paying the extra $500 a month to expand, to get another room for your house. You see, we have to think. We have to be about our Father's business. Build a bunkhouse, right? You can expand. Because what size is the room I'm in now? This is a 8x24 room. The kitchen's over there. This whole thing's gonna be the kitchen. But we have a stove right here, the chicken's right here, wood barrel over there, and then over there's the kitchen. On that side's the kitchen. Very simply built. Built with my own 2 hands. I was scared I was going to let the clay. Sister Cassie, I just saw your comment about the clay. That was hilarious. Johnny Smith, shalom. So the question is, how many are going to make the moves? That's my question. How many men are going to make the moves and how many sisters are going to make the moves? That's the bigger question. We can talk all day long about polygyny and family and growing and all this stuff. Who's going to make the moves? Restroom and showering is very easy. Restroom and showering is very easy. For those who have ever visited here, know how easy it is. You build it all. You build it all. I mean, your bodily waste composts down. I'll say that. Your urine is full of nitrogen. I'll say that too. it's we who make things very complex. We make things complex. We do. But it all can be done. Like I said, I don't pay anything for sewer or water. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me. All right, brother, go ahead. Fruit inspector, go ahead. Right, you buy stuff all day long that says organic. How do you know? How do you know it's organic? Because it says so? It's the same thing. How do you know you're being told the truth in church? Because they say so? Composting toilet. There you go. A 5-gallon bucket sawdust. You can use a 5-gallon bucket and the leaves you have on your property. And you got a toilet. Build a bin. When you're done with it, you dump it in that bin. You dump it in it. You make a pallet bin, a nice size area. When you're done, you dump it in there. You know, the same thing our ancestors probably did before they had all these great technological things like flushing toilets. Urine is nutritious, and yes, and it keeps away bugs in your soil. Yeah, dung hills. That's right. So we're asking all these questions. You know, how do we know? Human manure is good for trees. It's great for trees. Let it compost down. I mean, think about how much money you waste to get rid of waste. Think about that concept. How much money do you waste a year to get rid of waste? Yes, in my prepper, I use urine and wood ash. Wood ash has potassium, calcium, manganese, and magnesium. Great for your plants, especially if you're growing fruit bearing. But think of how much money you spend for this stuff. How much money do you spend on water? To get water that is heavily fluorinated. How much do you spend? Right. Collect your pee. Dilute it down with water. You have a nitrogen, it's like a vitamin for your garden. It's like giving your body a daily vitamin. And we're going to talk more about this tomorrow. But I'm talking about this today because you have options. If you want to build your home, if you want to build your family, you can charge. That's right, biochar. If you want to be in a position to cover, these are things you can do. Yeah, you waste to get rid of waste. We use fresh water to get rid of waste. You waste money to get rid of waste. Think about that. You waste to get rid of waste. It's interesting. You spend money to get rid of waste. That's interesting. Interesting concept. Interesting concept. So just, I want to end this in the next 7 minutes. But there are answers. There are answers. And many, many, many sisters are coming the way of polygyny as far as marriage goes, because there aren't many men who are willing to do these things, to make the sacrifices that are needed to provide for their families and to live a simple life. You can live a simple life and not break yourself. Let's see. Sister Morningstar made a comment. She said, "Bless your blessings to you and your head, sister." She said, "True. In my house, we use gray water from the shower to flush our toilet in our master's bedroom." There you go. Gray water. You can use gray water to water your trees, to water your vegetables. Just think about this. And people say, it costs a lot of money to do this. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Because I don't waste money like everybody else does. Wait 1 second. I don't waste money. And since I don't waste the money stays here. Yes, our elderly need protection from worldly care, unclean food, sinful action by nursing homes. It's sad to see the amount of people who throw their family in a nursing home. Men, this is how communities, this is how strong family communities were built. They were built not by talking, not by pontificating. They were built because men had a vision. And I have a vision. I want this area, the rock, the area around the rock, the area surrounding that area to be about our Father's business. To have homesteads where people can live set apart from this world. Have areas where we can do business ourselves amongst each other. Where we know our food's organic. Where we can go and help each other. Because we are all of like mind, like heart. It is sad that so many elder are nursing. Our men will form the way to our future. We want the same for sure. Right. And I'll let you know right now, The Rock and Shofar Mount, we are certainly brothers. And I am certainly aligned with them. I love Pastor Fox. I love Mother Kate. Would I help? Absolutely. That's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to get to a point where brothers can come together. Imagine if a brother moved out here and was like, I moved out in faith. I don't have anywhere to live. You know, I have a trailer, but I'd like to get something put down on the ground. Great. We're going to get 4 or 5 brothers together. We'll take 2 or 3 days out. We'll build you a structure. It may not be a mansion. It may be a little 12 by 24. It'll be big enough for you to put a small room in there, a kitchen, a bathroom, and have a common area. Something very simple. And from there, you have a home. You are a home owner. Think about it. I'm a homeowner. I own a home. I'm the first person in my family to own a home. Dating generations to own a home. Oh, you expect to see a mansion? No, I don't need a mansion. A quiet, nice little set-apart place for me and my family to thrive. That's a home to me. That's my home. But your walls aren't finished. No, they're not. I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with my ceiling. I still trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with my ceiling. What do I want to put up there? But it's mine. If I don't like the way it looks, guess what I can do? Tear it down and put something else up there. I don't have to ask the owner, can I paint my walls? Because it's mine. Thank you, Mother Kate. Thank you. And that should be what we are about. Right. Sister Cassie said it. There's much to take care of, small and cozy. Right. I mean, they're busy. I know they're busy. He said, the walls might not be finished, but it's yours. That's right, Brother El Cal. That is right. It may not be finished, but it's mine. And if we got back to that, and we're going to talk about that, maybe tomorrow we'll talk about simple living. Because we see things taking place. You know, there's this virus, and there's locust plagues, and earthquakes, and, I mean, crazy weather patterns. I'm not saying that we are headed to the end, but I am saying that things are looking extremely suspicious. Men, we need, I feel like we are the generation to build the stepping stone. Yes, Sister Morningstar hit it right there. That's her first comment. So, and when she's speaking, that comes from her head. So I know he's a wise man. We are the we're setting it's like we're first generation. Well, I know I am, and most of us probably are. We are setting the groundwork to have something. You know, I said that you have to have strong roots, or you have to have a good foundation set for you to build a building. We are that. We are, not me, us. We are the ones who took the word of Yah and did it. Yeah, the locusts are very strange. That's an odd thing. Blotting out the sun because there's so many locusts. And like I said, a farmer said he saw his garden disappear, his whole farm disappear in 30 seconds. The swarm came over and in 30 seconds it was all gone. I took that. The Bible says the prudent man foresees evil and hides himself. The foolish one passes on and is punished. That showed me I need a greenhouse. Even if it's a small, or they call a hoop house. A couple of hoop houses. So I can grow food in them, just in case. That opened up my eyes to that. We have a large responsibility, man, and it's not just about how many women can I put in my house? It's about what is your vision? And how do those sisters fit in your vision? How do those women fit in your vision? How do they fit? It's not just about adding, which is what people think. We must have a plan. And the question is do you have a plan? Do you? We see all these men running around, yeah, these wicked women, and they need to accept polygyny. If you're the example, it's no wonder they don't accept it. If you're the example running around, screaming and yelling and calling them all wicked because they won't come and join your house. We must, a unique case of soul set, we must have a vision. Without a vision, Yah's people perish. That's true, Elkan. Yes. Yes. I like his hoop house too. I like his hoop house. Step out in faith, the Father will provide. Sisters, brothers, everybody who's listening to this channel, step out in faith. Let your faith show by what you do, not by what you say. Our forefathers did, and you could see it in their faith. You could see Abraham's faith. You can see Noah's faith. People are going to talk about it. They talked about Noah until it started raining. Oh, yes. Tribal lady. First of all, shalom, sister. Joining a household should be based on the vision of the master. You were talking about that today, too. Joining, I'll let you know, joining my house is about my vision, not your vision, my vision. So if you say, hey, I want to join your house. First of all, if a woman says that and she don't ask me very soon about my vision, you're disqualified. Because that means, what are you joining my house for? Why would you want to? You have no idea what I'm doing. You don't even know if you fit into it. Am I prepper? Shalom, shalom, shalom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have to have you have to want to know what I'm doing. Did you know what I was doing?
Yes, Master.
I articulated it, right?
Yes, Master.
You asked me, right?
Yes, Master.
She didn't just say, I want to come. Great. I plan on being homeless for the next 10 years. She wouldn't know that if she didn't ask. You have to ask. You have to know. What is your vision? What are you taking? What is your plan for your family? Plan for the land? And brothers, don't get mad because she asked you that question, because I had some men, it ain't none of your business. If you just submit, then you ain't gonna work. No, she has a right to ask and to know. So keep that wicked response. Well, you gonna join my house, you just join my house then. Otherwise, because I shouldn't have to. Stop. How many more kids? Well, I want a whole flock of kids, a herd of kids. I do. I want a whole herd of kids. We have two twins now. Oh, twins out.
Well,
if you're talking about children, that's a different story. If you're talking about kids like baby goats, I want a lot of them. As far as children go, I gotta tell you this. I've actually been pricing school buses. I've been pricing school buses and keeping an eye. And I've actually been studying a little bit on mechanics on school buses, because I want a lot of children. I mean, as many as y'all gives me. Now, I also am aware of the times that we're in. I also am aware of that. So if I could, I'd like 20 children. But based on the times that we are in, that's a determining factor also. Zion's had 6 children in 11 years, so I'd like for her to have a break as far as, children. Rivka just had one, so it depends on who's part of my house. Yeah, depends on who's part of my house as far as the children go. And but like I said, one of the things that I want to be able to help an older sister. What I mean by older is an older woman. I want to be able to be able to have an older woman be able to come and find a place of safety here. That is one of the things that I really want to add to the rock. And not just talking, running my mouth about, I want to do this and no. I want to be about it. One thing you'll notice is that I'm going to go be about what I say. If I say I'm doing something, I'm probably going to go do it. So I do plan on building my house and adding to my house, but I also want to help somebody that's older, who does not have that opportunity, who wants to come out. And I think if we're more about that sort of stuff, we'd build something. We would. Brother Corey Harris, bless you. Thank you. I honor you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. So, yeah, it's 4:07, 4 hours and 7 minutes. I thank you all for being here. I'm tired. And we're going to have a live stream tomorrow. I also want to help younger brothers, too. I do want to help younger brethren, too, so that they can get their houses started, as long as the system allows us to live without imploding, which I'm starting to look kind of scared. They got some quarantine. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But I want to help some younger brothers to get on their feet, get started. You're never too. I mean, I was 37 when we got here. 34 when we got here. There are brothers who are young. 21, 22, 19, 18, 26. How awesome would it be for them to be able to be? Imagine this, and then I'm gonna end with this. Imagine an 18-year-old. Instead of going to college, he's like, I want to go and be with some brothers. I want to dedicate 3 years of my life to learn. By the time he's 21 years old, he's gonna know husbandry, house building, gardening, and he'll probably have the money, because he'll have saved his money up instead of spending it on cars and all this other crap. He could have saved his money up and been able to now buy himself a piece of land. He knows how to build. He's got animals, because when he leaves, he's not leaving empty-handed. He's gonna leave with goats and chickens and seeds, organic, and be close enough that if he's like, I'm ready to build my house, but I need some help. Brethren, let's go to so-and-so's property and build his house. The new college would be learning under the brethren instead of getting $80,000 in debt. How about that?
That sounds good.
How about learning under the brethren learning skills under the brethren for college. And now you know how to grow your own food, build your own house. You have a business basically established already. And you have no debt. None. You don't have to be a servant to the lender. You're free. You'll be a 21-year-old man ready to have your family and establish your household on this earth and not have to pay anybody. Not have to pay the Sally Mae for the next 30 years. You learning? He's like, yeah, daddy. that would be beautiful. Like, yes, a unique taste, a mentor program. And that's one thing that I am trying to establish here amongst the different communities here, because I don't know all the skills. So that brother could literally learn from 3 or 4 different homesteads, learn life skills. Yes, Corey Harris, brother, my email is in the description of all my videos. But imagine that. Imagine, okay, I'm gonna learn for don't mind me, I'm still paying since our morning, so I said I'm still paying them the colleges. Yeah, people get it. Imagine a brother saying, okay, you know what? I'm gonna be 1 year here, 1 year there, 1 year here. He leaves in 3 years with skills to have everything that he needs. He can build a home. He can grow all his food. He's been set up from each place that he's, or he's like, I want to come here and be here for 3 years and learn underneath you. However he wants to do it. And that brother's able to now go out there and be productive and not be in debt. How great of that is within Israel to have that sort of thing taking place. Within the faith, that brother now has a start. And then when he's ready to build his home, hey, brother, let's go and help out the brother. I'll take a couple of days off work. Let's get him a 12 by 24 up with a wood stove in it. With his money, obviously. House is built, debt-free. In 3 years, he's a homeowner. At 21. 3 years. I mean, you were gonna go to college for 4 and leave with $80,000 in debt. You could cut a year off of it. Learn from well-versed, educated people and be released.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to that even as an older person, because we didn't have that. So since we didn't have that, even if you're older, why not?
I'm telling you, just the 4 or 5 days we were with the Foxes, we learned so much.
Yes.
Imagine you had 3 years of that.
I mean,
I have solar panel. My energy comes from solar. I'm off the grid. My power comes from solar. And after that, and then when you leave, you can relocate across the country if you want to, or you can buy clothes, and you already are part of the community, just like that. That is what we need to be doing. That is. Yeah, and he'll have right when it comes to marriage. If a woman's interested in him, he'd be like, listen, let's go talk to, brother so-and-so. I mentor with them. They'll vouch for me. They'll vouch for me. That sister can go and talk to 5 and 6 other men who work alongside that brother, who that brother mentored with. He's a hard-working brother. That sister can be like, oh, he got references of men who have built homesteads. I'm honored to be your wife. Please, can I be your wife? Please, can I be your wife?
Just make sure it's not like the passions of a woman can talk to you and then
right. He takes a wife.
That's true.
Right. The world does hate this. The fruit inspector. The world hates this ideology because how are they going to get theirs? How are they going to get their money? It does tear down their kingdom. So instead of, this is why when I speak of community, I speak about it differently. I don't speak about it as one person collects all the money. I speak about it as men building we're building, we're growing, and we're helping other men become men. And the sisters, the young sisters can learn under well-versed, trained women how to be a wife. What does the Bible say in Titus 2? How to be keepers at home, how to take care of your children, how to have a home birth, how to, you can go, Mother Kate, can you teach me about what we can and can't eat? Mother Kate can take you to your property and show you you can eat this, can't. You'll know the whole property. Have brothers that teach you how to build. And if I could have been a 21-year-old and known this sort of stuff, I'd have been set. I was 34 when I got here. Imagine if I had 13 more years and all the money I wasted between 21 and 34. Can you imagine if I had to put that money here? Man, that's frustrating. But as frustrating as it may be, Yah was merciful in that we now know this now. So we can offer this now. It can be offered now. And you don't have to ever spend your money again paying rent to a system. You can contribute part of your finances to the building of the community, which directly affects you. And like the Bible says, when you leave, you are not to leave empty-handed. So you won't leave with nothing. You'll leave from the flocks, from the herds of the brother you have served. Okay, let me stop. We may have to do a whole live stream just on that. Either a live stream or we'll have to do something. We'll probably talk about that at Passover. Look at it this way, brother. Better 34 than 64. That's true. It is better. And then, brothers, we can be actually a help to the widows and the fatherless. The older women who are abandoned by their children in this faith. We can help take care of them because we will have excess. That's why this year, like I said, I'm growing extra so I can be a blessing to somebody in this faith. I do believe what the Bible says. The Bible says in Apocrypha, give to the godly and help not a sinner. It says it twice. Give to the godly and help not a sinner. So I am fully focused on giving and helping those that serve Yah and keep his commandments, regardless of color. Regardless of color. The plan of Passover, I think we are going to have something, but it's not going to be big. With the coronavirus going around, we're probably going to have something a little bit smaller as far as Passover. It'll be bigger than it was last year. But it's not going to be a monster. And with Passover, how we do Passover here is everybody pitches in. You don't need to bring me an offering. You don't need to bring me money. I don't need none of that. Your offering will be, listen, we'll have some jobs to do here. There you go. But everybody basically brings something. You bring enough for your family and to feed 2 more families your same size. So we have plenty of food. But remember, we are off grid. I'll have a video on that. You have to bring water. You bring your own water for drinking and showering, and we'll have a generator. Probably run some. You want to charge your cell phone or something like that. Well, something for that. But we are off grid, so understand that. But we'll talk about that more. But we are going to have something. It's not going to be a big, several families outside of the normal ones that we already fellowship with. A couple more families. But I will say this. If you're coughing or you have a cold, no. Because I am concerned about this coronavirus. I am being very aware of it. keeping my eyes open to what it's doing. I'm privy to certain information that most may not be, and yes, I'm concerned about it. So we'll see. We'll see. But anyways, I hope you all bless you all for enduring the 4 hours and 19 minutes. I know we started off talking about polygyny, but if you don't understand these live streams, it's all interlinked. It's all interlinked. Sisters are looking for households to join. This is becoming the norm, and it's going to further become the norm as we go along further and further, as they understand the need. But brothers, if we aren't set up, there's no point in talking about. There's no point in talking about polygyny if you ain't set up for it. If you ain't ready for it, so we have to be ready for it. Not because we want another wife, but because we are doing the bidding of our Father. We are doing what He wants. So that being said, tomorrow we'll probably be on same time-ish, 6:15, 6:30. I'll say 6:30. Central Standard Time tomorrow. We will talk about preparedness in the aspect. We'll talk more about the apprenticeship type, community building, the coronavirus, and how important it is for us to come together even the more so. With that being said, bless you all. Have a blessed Shabbat. Thank you for your time. Thank you for blessing me with your information, with the things that you all have brought forth to the chat. I'm about to go eat and refill my wine. With that being said, bless you all and Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom? Oh, you said it. You want to turn off?